but man, I love it. I love it. I just say that it's good people to learn from. And you are in a very short list of faults. I flat out from you. Wow. Well, that's thanks for helping me with this. You use me as an excuse for your pathetic failure of your life. I think you give me way too much credit. Like, way too much credit. I never know how you My God, John, what the hell are you doing? I don't mean to single out anyone here because you are all horrible people. Can I just say I love you as a heel, and I tried to get you to be a heel for a very long time, but man, I love it. I just said it's really good people to learn from, and you are in a very short list of faults. I flat out from you. Wow. Well, that's so thanks.
I know what we should do. Remove what we already put. I remember that one. Oh, shit. No, we go right back to the browser and do what we did before. On just the YouTube. No, we're gonna do a video which we were gonna react to. Oh, New York Yankees and that sucks. It's playing right now. I don't really mind, okay. Oh, so I've seen incidents like this already in school. Just my seen bullies get fucked up. Oh, you be wondering, are they okay? Should we check on them? No, they don't deserve the urgent care which your regular human deserves. Do you think we're gonna give bullies that kind of treatment? Hell fucking no. And I'm asking you to hold me. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Na, 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 na. Dun, na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. That's the ball. You got calls. You see, you got right there, right there. No, yeah, win the connection. Hmm. As we did before, we're gonna put our Twitter page here. Make them much smaller, but keep it to the edge. Then we're gonna add our seat. No, no, no seats. We're just fully fixing our board for now. Because we're putting everything we need for tomorrow's stream when we watch England play. Croatia. We're hoping for Croatia to lose very deeply. So we don't like Croatia.
Bullies pick someone weaker, quieter, someone who won't fight back. It works until it doesn't, until they pick the wrong kid. The quiet one who's been trained, the victim who's had enough. Watch what happens when Bullies' calculations fail catastrophically, starting off with this guy who ran into his old high school bully years later.
Hey, what's up? Hey, bro, you Anthony Maria? You remember me from high school, bro? You remember when you bullied me? You remember you bullied me, bro?
You can tell the bully peaked back in high school.
Go ahead, bro. You don't remember you bullied me? You remember? You remember you bullied me, bro?
This is the ultimate humbling. When this girl was being bullied for her outfit, someone came to her side.
Every day, it's really getting old. Like, come on.
It's not even funny.
It is funny because you come here every day with a plain basic outfit. Like, find something new. Really though, find something new.
Hey, man, stop messing with this girl, bro.
Who are you? Like, who
And who is y'all? I see y'all every day. I see y'all every day in the hallway picking up
This
somebody.
guy is so brave.
Is you her boyfriend or something?
This is my neighbor. Y'all need to chill out, man.
Like I said, this has nothing to do.
What you mean got nothing to do with me? You have a problem with her, you got a problem with me.
Okay, well, I guess we got a problem with you.
Okay, you can't beat me. So I don't care about none of that. Of course, I don't care about none of that. You already know how I get down. But you already know how I get down. I don't care about none of that.
Okay.
You know how I get down. Yes, you do.
We need more students like Guy to stick up for each other. Next up, we have this mother who stands up to rude bullies, mistreating her son.
Y'all, there are these kids that are literally telling my son to get out the way, and I'm trying so hard to be nice, but they're like literally, Kai was just swimming the pool, and they're making fun of him. My blood is literally boiling. He was in the part of the pool, and they were trying to jump, and they were like, "Get out of the way!" And obviously, like, Cairo doesn't understand them. He's just trying to swim in the pool, and they're like mocking him.
This is so heartbreaking.
Your happy place can become
Breeze.
happy when you
Piss off.
get odors right at home. Use Febreze plug-in. Its 3-in-1 action constantly fights odors and gives noticeable freshness that lasts long. So you always come home to your happy place with a clean and fresh scent. Febreze plug-in with 3-in-1 action.
How can banks and investment firms unlock the power of AI without compromising control? Enter Cohere. It's secure, sovereign AI designed for regulated industries. With Cohere, you can deploy AI in your own private, customizable environment. Now, you can automate routine tasks such as processing financial transactions and audits.
Okay, so I don't know if you know, but I've been watching those, your kids have been making fun of my kid. They've been watching my daughter. I don't know, whoever's in that yellow swimsuit. That's my daughter. I'm watching, and the little boy and the girl in the flower bathing suit. I've been watching.
She went up to confront their mothers.
Fun of him. He's autistic, so he's yes, I have it on record now. I'm like watching them this whole time. They're making fun of him. They're screaming at him, telling him to move out the way. That's rude. He is autistic. Like, that is so ridiculous. Literally, like, in tears right now because witnessing something like that. And, like, this is so wrong on so many levels.
This is exactly how you deal with your
What
kids.
the hell?
No kid deserves to be bullied like that. And this is what I've seen. Imagine what's happening in schools. This is the type of stuff that happens when parents fail to teach their kids on special needs and disabilities. I watched that and my heart felt so grieved how rude they were being to my kid and had the nerve to be like,
She stood up for him and that kids too. When this lady's daughter was getting bullied by 6 girls, the bully's dad also came to join in.
I'm damn if I can see right. What's wrong with y'all? All 6 of these little girls, 8, 7, 6, and 5, trying to whip my daughter who's in 5th grade, and he got a nerve?
Imagine being a grown man and letting your daughters bully a child.
Exactly, and they came to jump her, talking about she called her a name, but she called her a name also. But now you're okay and your daughter come to my shit. Hey, bro, get your away from my door. I don't care about none of that, dog.
The dad is also a bully, and this mother put all these bullies in their place. Watch this self-entitled bully get instant karma.
Yes, I am.
You're not. You're not going anywhere. Please come.
Dude, stop.
No, you're.
Dude, literally stop.
No, I'm calling the police, and you're not leaving. You're not leaving. You're not leaving.
Bro's got his hands on me and stuff.
Yeah, guy won't leave because of the police.
Oh, the fucking series.
And this grown man is losing his mind.
He's so cranky.
I'm calling the police.
Dude, why are you so cranky?
No, you're not going anywhere.
Oh my god.
You're not going anywhere.
I don't want to be aggressive with you, dude.
You already are. You pushed into me. I asked you to wait. You didn't wait.
Push
You
into
did.
you.
How'd you get out of the car?
You yanked my
Yeah,
gun.
I've got a very aggressive teenager here that almost hit me in the car, and now he won't get
He's calling the police like he isn't the bully himself.
leave. He's recording me because he's a jerk, and I want you to come and give this.
Dude, there has to be a problem with these guys. There's something wrong with you in the head. You're fucking bullying someone, then you call the police and highlight the fucking victim. Grow the fuck up.
You're insane.
Bullying is usually a high
If this is you, man, grow the fuck up.
even 60 years later.
Dude, there has to be a problem with these guys. There's something wrong with you in the head.
You have that all on recording. He
showed me the recording, and you were the aggressive one, not him.
Yes, because he. What if I apologize?
It's too late. I've already seen the evidence. I am obligated.
Oh, come on, man.
I'm going to issue him a citation for disorderly conduct. In the end, the police saw the footage and arrested this man for his behavior. When this guy came to this school to speak up about bullying, this happened.
We here for a kid getting bullied, and you trying to do that?
You won't believe the list of celebrities Paige has had an affair with. Back in 2013, it was linked to musician Bradley Walton before getting engaged to Kevin Scott, but they remember. But her most controversial relationship came in 2016 while barefoot on wheel. The two got engaged and instantly became one of wrestling's most fun couples. After splitting from Del Rio, Paige briefly linked to Caleb Miller, while names like Brad Maddox and Xavier Woods kept her personal life for years. Then in 2018, Paige started dating falling in reverse singer Ronnie Radke, which surprisingly became her longest public relationship, lasting nearly 6 years.
Schools are
Walmart
complicit
made the
in
list of
bullying.
celebrities Paige has had an affair with. Back in 2015,
And God bless you, okay? Bullying is not cool, okay? And see, you teachers trying to cut me off by teaching about bullying, because bullying is not right, okay? Bullying is not right, okay, kids? That's why we here for you, Lynn. So if any of y'all getting bullied, we here for you
This
too.
man has a beautiful message.
Hey, God bless y'all. All right, come on, Peter Piper. We here for a kid getting bullied, and you trying to do that? That's not right. You here with the police too, and you gonna act like that? And this is why we here. And we see you don't even care about the kids getting bullied. It's ridiculous. Yeah, this is the whole reason we at your school. Because you're not doing anything. Yes, ma'am. You're in shock or what? Oh, look at that beautiful smile.
This teacher is a huge part of the issue. Watch this father show exactly how to deal with your child if they are a bully.
This lovely lady is my 10-year-old daughter, who has, for the second time this school year, been kicked off the school bus due to bullying another student. Let me make this extremely clear. Bullying is unacceptable, especially in my household. Friday, when my daughter brought home her paperwork for her bus suspension,
It might be sad, but she has to learn.
and she said, "Daddy, you're going to have to take me to school next week." As you see this morning, she is learning otherwise. A lot of children today feel that the things their parents do for them is a right and not a privilege. So today, my beautiful daughter is going to walk 5 miles to school in 36-degree weather. I know a lot of you parents are not going to agree with this, but that is all right, because I'm doing what I feel is right to teach my daughter a lesson and to stop her from bullying.
After this,
That's what I'm talking about. If you know someone who you're friends with is a bully, you need to deal with them.
And we stopped at this little spot.
I don't know when that
This
nice.
lady's son was very rude to our son. He was playing on one of the frogs, and then the boy told his
That's second year school life. You let me found as the jerk. Not the cool guy. Not the cool girl. You both gonna be known as jerks. Get me? Bullying someone just for you and enjoying a pisses me off. On my TikTok page. This is my other TikTok page where I post my reactions to the World Cup. After the Iraq and Belgium game finish, we have to react to the France and Senegal game, then the Iraq and Norway game. Reacted to each game at the World Cup so far. Meaning, there's been almost 18 games played officially at the World Cup now. Well, the 18th game's not finished yet, so it's technically 17. 17 games just played at the World Cup alone. And I can't wait to watch Messi in less than an hour and 33 minutes. He's about to make history here. I will really love Messi. So
So
bring it on.
bring it on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there has to be something
there has
wrong
to be
with
something wrong
bullying people for your own
for
enjoyment.
your own enjoyment.
So our son to get.
Getting bullied is
So,
one
so
thing.
whatever has gone through your mind to bully someone
So we
over
Over
looked at the little book
you
and we said,
you
"What'd you say?" Yesterday.
being
We said,
being
something at home
something at home
makes your
"Get
job.
back on the frog." And we said, and we told him in front of them, "Don't let nobody else tell you what to do, unless it's your mama or your daddy."
When you don't have time for
And
dirt.
I promise you, no one wants to be your
no one
friend.
wants to be your friend.
With a new pad with thousands of dirt lifting fibers, it cuts through grease and grime to effortlessly clean your floors
I
in
genuinely
seconds
promise
and
you.
keep it fresh for hours. Flash Speed Mop, back to clean in a flash.
I used to charge £10 for this book, and I thought, you know what? Let me just give it as a complete free gift. Congratulations for somehow.
These parents did right.
So we have removed ourselves from the situation because we are clearly still unhappy, and this is a
But these
child
are
that
USA.
we could not, we did
I
say
always
that to
forgot
the parent, but
England
you know,
England
or
it's
the UK.
okay.
or the UK.
Sun is
As
shining.
a example,
As example,
We're going home now, but
bullying in the
I
UK needs to
bullying
be
in the UK
stopped.
needs to be stopped.
If you're ever getting bullied, the best thing to do is tell your parents. This group of bullies were about to beat up this boy when this happened. The bullies really think they're tough.
And me personally,
Me personally,
Who knows what would have happened if an adult didn't come outside?
if I have
if I have
a son or a
a
daughter
son or a daughter,
and I see
and I see
they get bullied
they get bullied
in school,
in school,
first thing I do
first thing I do
is go to the
is go
parents
to the parents
and have a word with them
and have a word with them
and tell them
and
sort your
tell
kids
them
out.
sort your kids out.
The second time, if it
Second time,
happens again,
if it happens again,
I go to the
I
school
go to the school
and the
and the
parents.
parents.
I double down.
I double down.
Because if I'm famous
Because if
by
I'm
then, I'll
famous by
say
then,
to
I'll
the
say to the
parents,
parents,
I can destroy your
I
entire
can
life.
destroy your entire life.
I can
I can
make you lose your
make you
links,
lose your
etc.,
links,
etc.,
etc., etc.
and get you
And get
blackballed
you blackballed
from where you're working.
from where you're working.
We don't make
We
rules.
don't make
Sit
rules.
down,
Sit down,
go to
go
your school
to your school
and say,
and say,
there would this
there would
kid, he's
this
been
kid, he's
bullying
been bullying
my son or daughter,
my
or
son or daughter,
she's
or
been bullying my
she's
son
been
or
bullying
daughter.
my son or daughter.
So I
So I
deal with them.
deal with them.
Then
Then
the fourth time I would
the fourth
either
time I would either
say,
say,
son and daughter,
son and daughter,
it's time for you
it's time for you
to stand up for
to
yourself
stand up for yourself
and deal with this
and deal with this
scum.
scum.
And if
And if
they deal with them
they deal with them
and the bully will back
and the
down.
bully will back down.
If the bully always
The
tries to
bully
act
always
tough,
tries to act tough,
and once they get
and
humbled in
once
the
they get
fight,
humbled
trust
in the
me,
fight,
they
trust
won't
me,
be saying
they
shit
won't be
all to
saying
you.
shit all to you.
Because some might be
Because
cocky and
some
try
might
and
be
get
cocky and
someone
trying to
old
get
on to
someone
you.
old on to you.
But most of the
But
time,
most
they
of the
would
time, they would
back down and
back
just
down and
shut the fuck
just
up.
shut the fuck up.
Now, the
Now,
second time
the
over,
second time over,
if it happens the
if
fourth
it happens
time,
the fourth time,
I'll personally speak
I'll
to the kid
personally speak
myself.
to the kid myself.
Because I do not
Because I do
condone
not
bullying,
condone bullying,
I do not condone
do not condone
cyberbullying,
cyberbullying,
I do not condone
do not
what
condone
y'all
what y'all
think is
think
funny
is
or
funny or
hot.
hot.
Because no,
Because
bullying
no, bullying
kids
kids
for your own
for
enjoyment
your
is
own
not
enjoyment
hot.
is not hot.
I do not know
I
what
do not
girl
know
would
what
see
girl
me.
would see me.
You're telling me
You're telling me
these are two girls.
these are two girls.
If you
If
if you
you
or the other side,
on the side.
you really
You
want
really want
like your own brother,
your own
sister,
brother,
or even
sister,
your
or
cousin
even your cousin
to get bullied
to get
in
bullied
school
in school
by your
by
boyfriend,
your boyfriend,
and you step in to
and
do
you step in
nothing
to do
because you find it
nothing
hot.
because you find it hot.
Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up.
No, no, no,
No,
no,
no, no, no.
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 You say
You say
you wanna
you wanna
keep your family
keep your family
safe. You don't
safe.
condone
You
to
don't
bully. You
condone
don't
to
like
bully. You
bullying.
don't like bullying.
Where the person you're
Where the
dating is a
person
bully.
you're dating is a bully.
You're so.
You're so.
Lastly, watch this poor bully victim talk about his experience.
What did they say to you? Call me. They make fun of my nose. They call me ugly. They say I have no friends. What'd they do to you at lunch? Poured milk on me and put a hand down my clothes. Threw bread at me. Is it
I
just
feel
you?
bad for him.
Or is it other kids too that feel that way? Say it's other
I can't even imagine how angry his mother must be.
kids too.
It
It
disgusts me.
disgusts me.
I don't like that they do it to me and I feel
It breaks me down
Breaks
because
me down
I've
because
went through
I've went
this
through
in
this in
primary and
primary and
secondary.
secondary.
I'll say
I'll
majority
say
gets
majority
worse in
gets
secondary.
worse in secondary.
I think the
I think the
bullies in
bullies in
England
England
have a
have a
weakness.
weakness.
Unlike
Unlike
y'all in the
y'all in
US,
the US,
where you can
where you
walk
can
up to
walk
your
up to
bullies
your
or
bullies
with
or
the
with
lippies
lippies
or
or
BBs,
BBs.
we deal
We
with the shit
deal with the
on
shit
our own
on
account.
our own account.
Or like
Or like
our
our
parents have a word with the
parents have
school,
a word with the school,
or
or
there's some
there's
commotion.
some commotion.
Or if you guys have
Or
older
if you
brothers,
guys
your
have
older
older
brother's
brothers, your
gonna
older
step
brothers are
in and
gonna
go
step in and
towards
go
their older
towards
brothers.
their older brothers.
Then we
We
try and sort it out. If
try and
they do
sort it
it
out. If
again,
they do it
then
again, then
I'm getting myself
I'm getting
excluded.
myself excluded.
Trust me,
Trust
the
me,
amount of
the amount of
times
times
I stood up to
I stood
bullies.
up to bullies.
I've been excluded. I've been
I've
not
been
excluded. I've
not
been
excluded. I've been
sent home
sent home
from school
from
for
school
getting to fight some
for getting to
bullies
fight
and
some
get in
bullies
trouble.
and get in trouble.
Or I'm defending
Or I'm defending
myself
myself
and I'm the victim in
and
the
I'm the
situation.
victim in the situation.
No, 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 no.
No, no, no,
School
no, no.
doesn't care.
School doesn't care.
If they see
If
you
they see you
hit or
hit or
swear
swear
at
at
the
the
person, they're going
person,
to see you
they're
as
gonna
the
see you
bully,
as the bully,
not the victim.
not the victim.
That's the thing.
That's the
And
thing.
then
And
secondary,
then
the thing
secondary, the
is,
thing is,
you're going to see
you're gonna
kids
see
in
kids
gangs and
in
stuff,
gangs and stuff,
and they
and
target
they
you
target you
with what
with
they think they
what
can
they
target you
think they
with.
can target you
So
with.
you can't fully
You
stand
can't
up to
fully
them because
stand
you
up to them
know
because
they
you
can be
know they
unified.
can be unified.
And if you try and
And
step
if
to
you
them,
try and step
they're
to
going to
them,
try and kill
they're
you.
gonna try and kill you.
That's the thing which
That's the
makes me
thing
sick.
which makes me sick.
Hey,
Hey,
one guy tried to
one guy
kill
tried
me
to kill me
because I found out that
because I
he's a
found out that he's a
pedo and
pedo and
RAPIST.
RAPIST.
Found out that he's a complete
Found out that
jerk.
he's a complete jerk.
Now that I know he tried
Now
to
that I
kill
know
me.
he tried to kill me.
Uh,
Uh,
you know what?
you know what?
We're calm.
We're calm.
We should not really
We
care
should
about.
not really care about.
As it's
As
not something we
it's
can
not something we
necessarily
can
deal with.
necessarily deal with.
But with
But with
kids or
kids or
teenagers
teenagers
and young
and
adults
young
or
adults or
all
all
sorts, if you're
sorts,
getting
if
bullied,
you're getting bullied,
please
please
reach out for help
reach out for help
with
with
whoever you go. If
whoever
you
you
go
go. If
industry
you go
leads
industry
or anything,
leads or anything,
speak out to
speak
people.
out to people.
Very soon,
Very soon,
once I'm famous, I
once
try and
I'm
open
famous,
like
I'll
a
try
line
and
or
open like
something
a line or something
to help
to help
kids in urgent
kids in
need
urgent
and
need
fits
and fits
for all the stuff with
all the stuff with
abuse and going
abuse
through
and going through
that
that
sexual harm
sexual harm
and other stuff.
and other
But
stuff.
Please don't let this be. Because the thought of that happening to someone, just imagine we go to the house, they just broad eyes up to their parents, saying that they don't want to go to school, they don't want to learn, and you're there, the next day in school, laughing at them, bullying them, haunting them, telling them to kill themselves, telling them that telling them that they're calling them such names, and not knowing what, what drives them that day. You don't know how much they can handle anymore. If you push them just a little bit, you're gonna end up making them kill themselves. And for you to think that's okay makes me sick. The fact that you think is okay is genuinely mad itself. And again, another alternative is they kill you. If they're the quiet kid in your school, in your class, just in the corner, and you disturb them, and you try and piss them off, yeah, you get assassinated, mate. We don't stand up to, but we don't stand and still ourselves low to police.
You know what they do to other people, because it's not okay. People that are different don't need to be criticized about it.
You're generally right.
It's not their fault.
His mother is smart for recording this because the bullies can be exposed.
But if you are made fun of, just don't let it bother you. Just stay strong, I guess. It's hard. But you'll probably get better one day.
Hope you do.
This video went viral, and the bullies got punished. Every bully eventually miscalculates. Which moment had you cheering loudest for the underdog? Tell me in the comments and subscribe for.
See, don't let this be you. If you're telling me, so for my old days, fucked up that bully, I would go right down home and say, well done for standing up to yourself. Well done for standing up for yourself. That's what we like to see. You need to see how UK police are. We need video. Going 3 times over. Such. I see this.
This bully thought he could pick on someone without consequences, but what happened next will make you think twice about messing with the wrong person.
Fucking hell.
Actions have consequences, and he just learned that the hard way. This bully thought he could pick on someone without consequences, but what happened next will make you think twice about messing with the wrong person.
Wait, he got flung. That's one punch, by the way. And you got flung. And you're here trying to act big. You're embarrassing yourselves. We need to show UK police. Oh my god.
Thousands of magazines, all in one app.
One teen baby's got a reality check. This is close, but it's not going to be UK. Let me skip. Let's see.
In today's episode,
I didn't put my hands on you.
Yeah, you did. You did put your hands on me, officer.
you'll see how sometimes the worst criminals
You know it's not even a real gun, though.
What'd you do with the gun?
Huh?
are the youngest among us.
You know shit about it, so I came in there. So off. No, where's your turn around? Not doing anything. I am not doing anything. I'm not doing anything.
Are you done?
We start with a 19-year-old girl whose behavior is hard to describe. She caused a disturbance in a hotel and began smashing things and attacking staff when they asked her to leave her room. She is incredibly entitled because her father is a district attorney, but did that help her? Find out in the minutes that follow.
What's going on today?
She came out and started talking stuff to me, telling me.
Wait, which room were she?
She's over here.
So you went to go knock, you didn't talk to her, and then she came out starting to yell at you?
I didn't even knock. I was walking because I have to do some inspections, and we wanted to just walk. So when I was walking to that room, she came outside.
Rolling water.
Did she threaten you?
Yeah.
What'd she say? But what'd she say?
She was charging up to me.
Hello, ma'am. Officer Garcia, can you step outside for me? Can you step outside for me? All right. Can I step
I
outside?
beg your pardon.
Can I come in?
Oh no.
You're gonna stop moving your stuff? We're investigating. We're investigating, okay? So you're not allowed to leave.
No, yes I am.
You're not gonna
they
leave.
kicked me out and I have a job.
Alright, you're not
I'm
gonna
sorry,
leave.
but I have
You're
a
not
job.
gonna leave. I'm investigating assault on somebody.
Who?
And you're throwing items.
Who?
Were you throwing items? They're
No.
saying that they're
I have not thrown anything. My dad is James, district attorney.
That's fine.
He can put you in handcuffs just for doing this.
You're not free to go.
Yeah, well,
you're not good.
you don't know my name, so you have nothing on me.
So you're saying that you didn't do anything, right?
No. So
Okay.
I am
So
free
you're
to go.
saying that you didn't threaten
I
them
didn't
verbally?
what? No.
Okay, did you throw anything at anybody's car?
No.
Okay, they're saying that they did and that they have video footage of it.
Okay, well, show me the video footage.
I can't leave you because you're not free to go. That's what I'm trying to say. So what's your first name? I don't know.
Just because you're an LCPD officer saying not free to go does
fine.
not mean a person cannot go.
That's exactly what it means.
No, it does not.
Okay, that's fine.
Unless they have viable evidence of that person in front of them, if they've seen viable evidence of that
I'm
person.
conducting an investigation.
Exactly.
I'm not going to leave you alone.
Except you've already seen the evidence.
That's
I
fine.
do not look or am like the person who did whatever they are complaining about. I don't even know what they're complaining about, dog. Harassment! Harassment!
Grace also wanted
Harassment!
to
Harassment!
his Democratic
Now
TV
you
in
got
the
a charge
stomach.
on you.
He cut his stomach and unfortunately died.
These are some dark secrets about kids' shows. So the animators for Ren and Stimpy developed depression
Yeah, you
and
did. You
PTSD.
did put your hands on me, officer. So now, who
Can you
is getting
ask for
in
the
charge?
video? Can you ask for the video?
So this is harassment and this is keeping somebody hostage.
No, this is simply called an investigation. The police just need her information to issue a trespass warning so she doesn't return there. Because a hotel, as private property, has the right to control who is allowed to be on its premises. In this case, the hotel's complaint serves as reasonable grounds for police to inquire about the situation, so they do have reasonable suspicion to detain the girl.
Because she's trying to leave. You're not going to leave.
Hostage.
Put your stuff back.
Hey! Hey! Get off me!
Hey.
Get the away from me!
Hey,
This
relax.
is harassment!
Relax.
Harassment,
Hey,
bro!
hold on, I'm trying to
Get
talk
the
to you.
away from me!
Can we talk?
No!
Can we talk as human beings?
Oh my god. Really? A
Yes.
human being?
Yes.
Documents. Y'all are what destroyed this earth! Because of you guys, Earth is dead. So, moving on. Let me get the out like I was asked to by the hotel.
What a waste of space. What a waste of cum.
I'm not assaulting. What the are you doing? I didn't even touch anybody. You guys are
Stop. Stop. I got it right here.
I'm gonna call my dad. Harassment. You guys are all getting charged.
That's fine. Okay. Let's figure everything out, okay?
I'm pursuing charges on all of you guys.
That's fine.
I didn't touch nobody.
You blowed up on her.
I didn't blow up on dog. You're lying. Oh, just because you think you're hurting me, you're not. What? You tricked me.
Alright, go ahead and conduct the search.
I searched for what?
You're going to jail.
I'm not going to jail. Why? What did I do to you?
You can't.
What did I do to you?
You assaulted a police officer.
I didn't assault a police officer.
You assaulted me. I thought you were gonna hit me.
No, I didn't.
I thought that
That's
you were gonna
not true. Stop.
Yes, that's true. If the police officer felt threatened or believed the suspect might attack in any way, it is considered an assault, even if no physical contact occurred.
What's the first thing you do when you wake up in the morning? If you're checking your phone, stop that. Instead, try this technique from the mind science pioneer Jose Silva. You see, when we're awake, our brain is at what is called beta, the waking level. But when we wake up in the morning, our brain is actually at a different altered state of mind called the alpha frequency. At the alpha frequency,
Interesting.
you can command your body to heal itself. At the alpha
Don't kick me.
Hey, look. You can make this easier on yourself.
This is embarrassing. You're crying like that. Goodness gracious me. Yeah, I believe you. I believe you.
Stop trying to kick me.
Why the fuck is she screaming? Yo!
Yeah. Well, she tried to grab up on my belt when we were arresting her, but I don't know if that was me pushing her arm out or if that was her.
Yeah, on the shin.
Did she do it intentionally or was it?
I think it was kind of when we were just all like,
Just
yeah.
well,
I mean, you don't believe that she did it intentionally to you? No.
Oh, did you do baby?
What the baby?
The baby? Hi, baby. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, she's banging on the window.
Hey, you need to stop.
Looking.
No.
No, I'm not going to jail. I'm not going to jail. You guys
You want to
do
put
this
her in
to
the
me.
seat?
I was leaving.
They
I
said
was leaving. She stopped me from leaving. She stopped me from leaving.
Jimmy can't watch this.
That's called harassment.
I cannot watch that. Yeah, the fucking audacity to do that. Oh my lordy lord.
Ranking best glow up.
Bitch, what the fuck? I think I found a video to us. What I went in? Alright, we can react to the one. It's called 20 Creepy Kids Movies and Shows from the UK. I'm surprised if there's anything I've even watched on that. Like, I might be the star of the show, but you're the star of my funeral. No, of your funeral. Of your funeral. Da 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 da. I'm in the sun again. You're such a beautiful girl. Come on, see. It's my bonus. And tears coming down. She deserves a crown. Where is now? Mama, see. Senorita. I feel here for you. Beautiful things that you have. He doesn't well. I can tell by his show. I read you soon. I have to. God, I'm making it right.
Childhood, you're watching your favorite piece of media. Things seem pretty wholesome enough. But then, either it may be an episode.
They have seen the little engine trying to get home, but he never reaches the other side.
Or a character and moment.
Men came, filled in the burrows, couldn't get out. Water, earth, roots, grass.
And it makes you feel rather uneasy. So, as a humble Brit, allow me to bring you through several creepy and disturbing movies and shows where, for one reason or another, my country deemed these to be suitable for children's entertainment. Feel free to tell me in the comment sections down below if you either saw or found any of these things scary when you were a kid. And of course, only being limited to 20 options for the list. Let me know if I've missed out any other creepy children's content from the UK.
I'm surprised at the number Jackson on this list.
Let's start.
Wait a sec. 20.
Doctor Who, amongst the longest running programs in the world, has had its fair share of scary and controversial moments.
I'm surprised that Doctor Who's even made this list. I want to see what else is on. Teletubbies. Correct. That's for gruesome kids. Okay, we got Ham Farm, Animal Farm. Okay, I have the list I've watched. P Rabbit. I think I watched Limited Lion. I think I watched Trapped. I watched Teletubbies and I've seen a bit of Tales from Gruesome Kids. So,
One of the most
to get on with it.
back in the day was the 1976 storyline, The Deadly Assassin. This was the episode that expanded on the Time Lord mythology, and the one that establishes that a Time Lord can typically regenerate 12 times. Although this may have added too much initial lore for Doctor Who fans back in the day. While today Deadly Assassin is established as one of the Doctor Who masterpieces, it was not so loved on initial broadcast, with no other storyline up until this point exploring the Gallifreyan culture. Doctor Who fans felt that it spoiled the mystery of the Time Lords, removing giving the Who of the Doctor title. But the controversy expanded further than just the Doctor Who fandom. The story featured the long-awaited return of the Master. Unfortunately, the original man who played the Master, Roger Delgado, had passed away some years prior, so the show took advantage of completely reinventing the character. The Master now had used up all of his regenerations, and is just barely clinging to life, with his final form being a rotting corpse, with his face purposely only meant to be just a skull with the thinnest layer of flesh left. The crew were initially worried if it was perhaps...
All this time I react to creepy moments in the Lumberjacks.
But the Master was far from being the most scariest thing from the story. Oh no. You see, in the story, the Doctor enters the Matrix. Now, for those of you who want to draw comparisons to the Wachowskis' Matrix, well, you actually wouldn't be that far off, as the Doctor Who Matrix
That's
is
for
the
one.
same as the movie's Matrix. In the computer simulation, the Doctor fights another Time Lord named Goth. By part 3 of the serial, Goth has got the Doctor by the knuckles of his neck and begins struggling and drowning him under the water, ending that for the cliffhanger of part 3. Very shortly after the episode was transmitted, the National Viewers and Listener Association complained to the BBC, feeling that the episode contained too many upsetting moments for small children. A particular vocalist was a lady by the name of Mary Whitehouse.
The final shots of the programme, with the image that was left in the mind of the child for a whole week.
You see it as kind of interesting. I'm not much of a Doctor Who fan, but I've heard of Doctor Who. If you're British, you know what Doctor Who is. You fucking international folks probably haven't seen. It's a British shows like your Sesame Street to something, you know. Okay.
Mary Whitehouse in the eyes of the media was always seen as a bit of a buzzkill.
I would pray that Mrs. Whitehouse had watched the programme and thought it was too violent, because it automatically put 2 million viewers on our audience figures.
The controversies were significant enough for the BBC to caution them into slightly re-editing the episode when it was re-ran several years later, removing the vital shot of the Doctor drowning in the water.
You're finished.
But this has since been fully restored back to the original version on DVD and Blu-ray. But this wasn't the only Doctor Who story that raised an eyebrow from Miss Whitehouse. 11 years prior, she was most displeased with the Doctor Who story.
We have to react to this
In the
soon.
12-part special, many of the Doctor's companions were killed off in the adventure. The one that had the most gruesome death was Sarah. She was exposed to the Daleks' secret weapon, the Time Destructor, where she grisly aged to death. Sadly, the episode it occurred in, part 12, is currently missing in the BBC archive, so we only have fragments of behind-the-scenes pictures to go off on how grim it must have been. Rumours persist that the original edit was far more terrifying. Frames and shots had to be removed out for the final broadcast. While there might be an ever so slim chance that the broadcast episode might turn up one day, the original cut is no doubt lost forever.
Come in.
Hi, Harry. How are you getting on?
Oops, 2 o'clock. Got team training. Walk with me.
The thing is, Harry, we've got...
Good. That's it. Get them knees up. Well done. That's better. Come on, guys. Nice and sharp.
Harry.
Hey, how you doing?
Test cards was a common old-fashioned practice. For the early days of TV networks, test cards would usually be transmitted when there was no programmes on, such as late nights and the afternoons. Prior to Britain's daytime television, the purpose of the test card was to give broadcasters the chance on testing transmissions on both sound and picture quality. In 1967, the BBC created Test Card F, the first one to be devised for colour television, with young 8-year-old Carol Hersey as the model in the image, accompanied by her homemade clown. The idea for the image came from her technician dad, George Hershey, Hershey, who pitched the concept of test card F to the BBC. The reason he suggested having a human model in the image, so they could as well test human skin tones. George additionally insisted to have it as a young girl, as since children's clothing remains more timeless than adult fashion. And while he took pictures of his daughters as a prototype, he didn't suspect his eldest daughter to be within the final test card. Test card F was perhaps the most famous out of all the test cards that were ever made by the BBC. In fact, it was in common use for over 30 years. And while the image is moderately innocent, I've spoken to quite a number of people over the years who grew up during this time in television, who can recall feeling rather uneasy with the test cards, with test card F being no exception, where if they tuned in on the TV before any scheduled programs, for many hours there would only be this image that would be transmitted. There may have been some stock music, or it may have just played in silence. Perhaps their fear derives from a calm before the storm scenario. It's hard to describe, but I'm sure we've all encountered some kind of corporate or company logo, where it made us feel a bit uncomfortable before the main presentation would begin. I mean, you put in the videotape and you're about to watch Teletubbies, and then suddenly you get this logo. Now, surely some of you can relate.
That made my stomach uneasy. What the fuck was that?
Terrorhawks was the first puppet series created by Jerry Anderson since the 1960s. Well known for his shows that used marionette puppets, such as Thunder...
Puppets. Is this equivalent to Sesame Street? It's equivalent to Sesame Street then. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Um. Um. Mm.
Captain Scarlet, Stingray, and many, many more. Unable to afford the studio space that could accommodate 6-foot strings for marionettes, it was decided as a cost-saving measure to make the characters into latex hand puppets. Formatting the new trademark, filmed in super macromation. The latex of the puppets made their skin seem ever so slightly more realistic, but still having the unhuman proportions of the Thunderbird models. It gave the human puppets an uncanny...
Give us a sec. The show's gotta go home. No, it's only the last words, man. It was something else. Like bad. Alright. Oh no. With the 17th and 18th. game being played officially at the World Cup, with France comfortably beating Senegal 3-1, and Norway beaten. Oh my god, this thing is lagging. I'm on 4 bars. Right, you're lagging. Oh, 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 what do you want from me? With the 17th and 18th game being played officially at the World Cup, with France beating Senegal 3-1. Absolutely phenomenal. And Norway beating Iraq 4-1. Both games were absolutely phenomenal. And that was a star show. Don't say too much. Peace, guys, and catch you soon. Seventeenth and 18th game playing officially at the World Cup, with France beating Senegal. That's phenomenal. And look how I beat 17th. 17th and 18th game in the
Look, it was one of the biggest critiques of the show that the puppets just looked far too unflattering for their own good. Although they don't hold a candle to the terrifying appearance of the villains, as many British kids who grew up watching the show back in the 80s deemed the alien characters to be the most terrifying aspect of Terrorhawks. The leader of this bad batch was Zelda, easily the most scariest villain out of them all, thanks to her terrifying demeanour of looking like a rotting zombie. Her son and sister take on board the same zombified mummy look. The way they move and behave is an equivalent of a pantomime performer, moving very hyperactive and erratically. While the series may have not been initially loved by Jerry Anderson fans on its original release, it slowly but surely earned itself a cult following amongst those who grew up watching the program, and has garnered a few rebooted projects over the years, such as Big Finish doing a sequel series in the form of an audio production, and currently a TV show spin-off is in the works. It may be not the most flattering looking Jerry Anderson show out there, but there's still a charm to it that allures people in.
Some things are too good to be true, like Wi-Fi that never drops. Then there's Readly. Thousands of magazines in one app.
Want to strengthen your math skills? Try Brilliant. It's an effective and fun way to learn, built for the way your mind actually works. Every lesson is visual and interactive, so the math makes sense.
Appearing in the
The
second series of
fuck?
Now Edmund's House Party was a small game segment by the name of Got You, where celebrities were tricked into coming on a fictional children's show called Mr. Blobby, where the antics of the titular pink blob would confuse and annoy the special guest, often spoiling and ruining takes. By the end, Mr. Blobby would unmask himself, revealing that it was Noel under the costume all this time. Well, Barry Killerby was actually providing most of the physical work, before he was swapped out for Noel in the costume for the big gag surprise at the end. Despite being a Joker character, the UK was hit by Blobby mania during the 90s. Mr. Blobby made numerous of TV guest appearances. He got his own single and as well a theme park. But it was not to last, as Mr. Blobby very quickly became a character the public loved to hate. Mr. Blobby never looked the most charming of children's characters. Those awkward googly eyes personally put me off, but that was always the intent. That Mr. Blobby was always meant to be a mockery of ridiculous children's characters, but ironically he became a cult character himself. Mr. Blobby still makes very frequent appearances on television, but usually treated as a punching bag.
This is your dad.
Fab Lab was a preschool series teaching young tots about basic science. The series was created by the BBC and aired between 2002 and 2006. The program follows two pixies named Trixie and Dixie. They both live in a shed up the garden, where
In the start 2006. Fab Lab. Let me move this. Stop being British. I've not heard of Fab Lab. Interesting. I see now. I see. I'm gonna run now.
in every episode, they're accompanied with a teacher-like figure, a dog called Prof, who's the one that educates the two pixies. Stereotypically in media, pixies are usually portrayed as little fairy-like creatures, but here, Trixie and Dixie looks like the distant cousins of Shrek. To be fair, none of the characters in the series I would describe to be particularly ugly looking, but if I've got to be honest, as a kid, Prof kind of always unsettled me. I just don't think I was ever keen on big, hairy costume characters. Like Bear in the Big Blue House was another series that never quite gelled with me. I guess as a kid, I saw them more as big, hairy yetis that were coming to eat me, rather than trying to befriend me. Oh, oi, hey, Bear, not so close, not so close. Just give me a bit of personal space, please. Just cover them trying to... I guess as a kid, I saw them more as big, hairy yetis that were coming to eat me, rather than trying to befriend me. Oh, oi, hey, Bear, not so close, not so close. Just give me a bit of personal space, please. Big Babies is a British comedy series that aired in 2010 on CBBC, featuring the day-to-day life of two infants, Brooks and Rocco. With every episode they go out on some kind of day trip, infiltrated by the living talking toy named Budge, who is sent out on missions for the baby's well-being, but only usually tags along for his own intent. The baby characters, as you can see, are adult heads that are superimposed on infants' bodies. The look is certainly quite distinct. The idea for the series came from John Reach, who wanted to try out this special effect. He finished trying to apply this to his music video gigs, but couldn't find a band that wanted to use it for their vids. While Big Babies only ran for one series, the creative team of Big Babies had reunited some years back to make a short film titled Top Fun, which if you like the humour of Big Babies, it's a recommended watch. The World of Peter Rabbit and Friends was a 9-part...
Okay, I lied. That's a 2016 version.
BBC television series based on the Beatrix Potter books that was made in association with Japanese companies such as Pony Canyon Inc. And my apologies if I butcher the name for this next one, Fuji's Television Network Inc. Each episode cost shy of £1 million each. This series...
It's a Fiji. You got right. Let me say that. I didn't say that.
was quite significantly popular in the UK. In fact, me and my siblings, who would have been part of the generation that grew up watching the show, were actually part of the Peter Rabbit fan club. Thus, the show is very nostalgic for me and my family. To my American viewers, this is the one animation I'd point to perhaps being the most stereotypically posh British kids show you could find. The episodes are produced to a very high standard and are very wholesome in their execution, although that isn't to say that the Potter stories couldn't get very dark. Two episodes I can remember are Piglet Bland, where after getting lost travelling to market, he finds himself in the house of an old man who's rather insistent that the piglet stays with him.
I must admit to being a little
Hmm? That is mad. That's interesting.
hungry.
You feel nice and fat to me.
But a moment of an episode that I always found to be extremely upsetting was the one that featured Jemina Puddle Duck. In the story, Jemina wants to hatch her own eggs, but the farm she lives on doesn't allow animals to do so. Jemina soon befriends a fox, who gives her a spot to lay her eggs, but all for the interest to make Jemina his own supper. Thankfully, the farmyard dogs were able to rush in and chase the fox away, saving Jemina and her unhatched eggs. Well, that's until they rush in and eat the eggs.
Oh dear.
Well, not so much for being the heroes of the story. Although, to be fair, Jemina still has her ducklings by the end of the
Okay,
story.
then
I
actually
suppose
go get
it's
my
a sad
shoes.
ending, but
It doesn't need to something.
it
That's mad. That is mad. Thanks for blustering.
Definitely went very dark near towards the end.
Where's my name from? I joined Ancestry and discovered my great-granddad Peter Vandrel was actually Peter the Real.
The franchise of
The
Witch
name already
House
sounds
was launched
interesting.
back in 1936 as a book series, following the antics and adventures of a scarecrow sharing the same title name, Wurzel Gummidge. It has been adapted to TV several times, the most famous rendition of which has to be the ITV series of the late 70s and 1980s, which stars John Pertwee as Wurzel and only loosely follows the books. While the show was very well loved, a lot of people found the design of Wurzel to be unconventional for a main children's character. And yeah, Wurzel is certainly not the most handsome fella that the world has ever been blessed with. But I'm sorry, Wurzel Gummidge is too nostalgic for me. I can't call him creepy. Wurzel Gummidge is just one of those shows that really resonates with me.
Oi, you! Yeah, you dang wankers! I'm talking to you!
Actually, Wurzel Gummidge was my
Fuck.
show for another program that I found out that John Pertwee was involved with. As a small wee lad, I was extremely keen to check it out, much to my parents' warning that it may have been too scary for me. That other classic show in question was Doctor Who, with the Pertwee serial Invasion of the Dinosaurs being my first Doctor Who episode, and I gotta say, yeah, it was quite the introduction. I consider myself a hardcore Whovian, so it must have done something right. Thank you, old Wurzel, for introducing me to the Daleks. The Animals of Farthing Wood was an animated drama series that aired on the BBC, airing from 1994.
Animals of Farthing Wood. That sounds like a tale. Like a foreign tale you would hear from the 1960s or something, bro.
Free to 1995, based on the book series by Colin Dan. The show is about a group of animals that originated from Farthing Wood, a forest that was recently demolished by humans. Now, the animals in need of a new home, they put their differences aside and begin their long journey to White Deer Park, a nature reserve where they'll hopefully be safe forever. This being the main story arc of the first series. Although by the time they get to and settle in White Deer Park in series 2 and 3, a whole host of new problems are only awaiting the animals. While the show was aimed for a family audience and a younger viewership, the series did still not shy away from featuring death as a theme in the show. If it was either supporting or comedy characters, or even some of the animal babies, nobody was safe, being one of the darkest British kids shows ever aired.
Some. Oh no.
Rainbow was an ITV children's show that ran from 1972 to
It's always
1992,
this.
23 seasons and just over 1,000 episodes. The first 2 seasons featured David Cook as the presenter, living alongside various colourful characters. There was Duff the dog, who would sporadically make appearances in the series, and then the 2 other regular characters that would appear in every episode would be Zippy, with his design looking pretty much identical to his later appearances in the show, and the bear Bungle, where for some reason the creators gave him big, bulging, realistic-looking eyes, and they give him this innocent voice, which does not go alongside the design.
Yes, Zippy. David's brought some pictures in the book to show us.
Are they all of me?
No, they are not.
By season 2, Bungle's head would be remade, looking more like a teddy bear, which just fits more in line with the innocent vibes of the show. This would be mostly his consistent look throughout the rest of the series. Duffy the dog was additionally rid away with, being replaced by another puppet character, a hippo by the name of George, who was initially conceived to be a rather shy and quiet character, and would go on to become one of the main core cast of the series. In the early 90s, Rainbow had a massive relaunch, ditching the live-action human host and making the puppet characters completely independent. There was a new puppet character called Cleo introduced to the show, supposed to be a rabbit. Her ears are...
What the hell am I hearing? We reckon that this coming soon.
Constantly drooping down, giving her a bucket-shaped like head, and overall her design style just does not fit in, with the other characters looking like that she belongs in a completely different show. The reboot was received extremely poorly and only lasted for a year. Cleo has never reappeared in any other Rainbow media since.
How much ads do you need from?
Ventriloquist Terry Hall was the creator of the character Lenny the Lion, who first made his TV appearance on the BBC in 1956. Mainly appearing on variety series, but did get his own spin-off show that aired in the late 50s to the early 60s. And David Bowie's father nonetheless launched the Lenny the Lion fan club. Lenny was one of the earliest UK TV kid characters that was a merchandising sensation. Speaking to several people who grew up watching Lenny the Lion, there was certainly an audience that found Lenny to be rather terrifying, feeling unease of his lifeless eyes, and were uncomfortable for what it looked like Terry Hall carrying the corpse of a lion, as his body doesn't exactly droop naturally. But believe it or not, Lenny originally had a much more scarier design. When Terry Hall originally created Lenny for theatre performances, he gave the character pointed and sharp teeth. Thankfully, a work colleague recommended him to drop the dentures. There's certainly a lot of mystique with Lenny the Lion, as there are very few episodes or clips online. Noticeably, any clips from Lenny's heyday of the 50s and 60s are completely absent to view, with many black and white episodes believed to have been long destroyed. Wizardora was a children's kids show that aired during the 1990s about a trainee's wizard, sharing the same name as the show, Wizardora. While learning her craft, she maintains the peace of the house she lives in, inhabited by a bunch of uniquely designed puppets. And when I say uniquely designed, I mean slightly uncanny. A lot of them are meant to be household appliances come to life. There's a hook hanger that mostly resides in the wardrobe, but he does occasionally pop out during the series, albeit while wearing a raincoat, to more subtly hide the puppeteer's arm, I imagine. As well, he can be extremely bossy.
That's what I mean. Don't come in through the window, come in through the door.
But I'm already inside. I don't need to come in through the door.
There's a thing called a Filbert that just speaks in baby talk. And if I had to be honest, I find him both unsettling and annoying.
That's my gimmick here!
Most of these puppets don't seem to be much help around the house.
Oh, the door. It's your mother, Wizardora.
Isn't anyone going to answer the door?
Your mother, Wizardora.
The door, Wizardora.
Oh dear, so much to do. See how much I need a helper.
Now, to be fair, the show does look fairly enlightening. And hey, maybe some British 90s kids grew up watching the show and find it quite nostalgic and charming. It's just that any other bugger who didn't grow up watching the show and is not overly familiar with it may find the characters like the puppets to be, well, rather foul looking. There's like a rug in the show that thinks it's a dog, and the way it lays down just doesn't look natural. About 200 episodes of the show were made, and episodes were released on VHS, but only less than a quarter of the show can be found online. Other lost media that's related to the show is that in the unaired pilot episode, that actress Kissabooth played Wizardora. Her partner at the time, John Cleves, actually got her involved with the project. If only Andrew Sachs could have been involved in some capacity, it could have been a semi-Fawlty Towers reunion. Trapped was a BBC's kid game
Oh
show
no.
in the late 2000s.
Don't start it.
Truly great kid game shows ever made by the channel. The concept of the show is about 6 kids that travel to the tower, where on each floor they have to complete a challenge. But one of the kids is selected to be the saboteur, where they must spoil the game, but being careful not to be caught. By the end of each game, all the kids vote off on who they believe the saboteur to be. Whoever has the most amount of votes must be trapped in that room. But if the saboteur fails into ruining the challenge, they must be trapped in that room regardless on whoever has the most amount of votes. By the end of each show, only one child can escape, while the rest of the contestants are, well, trapped. Essentially, the program is a kid-friendly version of Saw, and an idealized creepypasta story. In fact, for a long while, this show was considered to be lost media, as for years episodes were very hard to find online and have sporadically come on and off the internet. Teletubbies certainly on the surface appears
You know, I'm surprised this made a list. Lumberjacks didn't. Yeah, I'm on a fucking see Lumberjacks. Oh my god, watching that as a kid.
to be the most innocent show on the list, being the BBC's attempt to make a program directly aimed to the toddler audience. There doesn't seem to be much to dislike about the show. Well, in saying that, there was a little bit of an uh-oh episode in the series. Teletubbies doesn't really have a storyline or a traditional plot, if you will. Instead, the episodes are made up by smaller segments, sometimes shared between episodes to episodes. But the one segment that caused the big controversial stir was The Lion and the Bear, where a bear gets chased around by a lion, or how the lion refers to himself as the Scary Lion. The segment made a lot of toddlers feel unease, with the BBC receiving numerous complaints from parents. So all the episodes that had the Lion and the Bear short were removed from circulation. They did try re-airing the segment, but this time with sillier voices, gentler music, and comedic sound effects, as an attempt to make it seem far less intimidating for a younger viewer, although this was only partially successful as the Pacific segment was still banned in several countries. Putting in my own 2 cents, the only reason I think this segment scared so many younger kids, because I wonder if the dialogue, "I am the scary lion," made toddlers presume that they were meant to be scared by this, as well they were still too young to watch films like The Lion King, presuming that this is what scary stuff looks like.
To this day, that never made sense about the Teletubbies. It's the Teletubbies was already scary enough. You see something, help! Help! It's creepy enough. This episode ran for a direct reason. Looking back at it now, it's not scary. But watching this as a kid, I do not know whether to be shocked or.
I started my business to find freedom, but instead I found myself drowning in HR admin. Since getting Bright HR, I've gained the freedom to focus on what I want, like growing my business. Score more time with Bright HR, the platform designed for business owners.
Indigo Pipkins was Britain's answer to Sesame Street. It began airing on ITV in 1973, with the series initially centered on the man, who shared the same full name as the title, Indigo Pipkins, was a puppet maker where his creations came to life. The man who played Mr. Pipkins, George Woodbridge, would tragically die during the making of the first series. Now, he had pre-recorded some later episodes, so they were able to just work around his absence by explaining that he went on a fishing holiday. But the show was doing so immensely well that they couldn't turn down the opportunity for a second series. But how were they going to manage the continuing absence of Mr. Pipkins? Well, the writers decided to include his passing into the main show, predating Sesame Street's handling of Mr. Hooper's death by many years, showing that Britain was slightly ahead of the game in terms of handling heavy subject matter for children's media.
But I don't understand. Why do people have to die?
Hey, I'm gonna do an example for US since the people would all know about this. Obviously I wasn't born when Jim Henderson died, From what I know, he was like written off completely off Sesame Street, and basically there was not much thought. And he's obviously remembered by because he orchestrated the Muppets, Sesame Street. He secretly how successful PBS Kids are. I used to use that in like the early 2010s, late 2010s. Just waking up regular day 2050, going to my phone here and just play on the TV on God PBS Kids place and just play Sesame Street games. Respect to Jim Henson.
Why can't they just live forever?
The series continued forward as Pipkins and lasted up until 1981. However, for those individuals that didn't grow up watching the show, tend to describe the puppets of the series, well, like living roadkill. Sorry, Huckley Hair, maybe you are a charming geezer in the main show, but you're definitely not a handsome bunny. And that monkey looks like a creepy dead-eyed version of that Star Wars character in episode 6.
Oh,
Grizzly Tales for Gruesome Kids was a CITV horror story.
oh my lordy. Everything from this list has been from ITV and CVs. But ITV, settle down. Settle down. Seriously. What are we doing here? What are we doing? What are we doing, lad? That's really helpful of you. You don't need you. You see, the concept of the middle is not even have words.
On the children's book series by Jamie Ricks. The TV series took the Twilight Zone approach by telling a series of anthology stories, mainly following mischievous and bad-behaving kids, where by the end of the tales they get their comeuppance. The original run of the series had opening and closing segments at the Squeam Screen Cinema, with our presenter an old man by the name of Uncle Grizzly, accompanied with a very cutely designed spider named Spindleshakes, who would be mercifully abused by Uncle Grizzly at the end of every show. Now, while the main bulk of the episodes were just the cartoons, I gotta say, as a kid, I'd always found the stop motion bits to be the most frightening portions. I got extremely upset for poor Spindles, helplessly tormented by Uncle Grizzly. Oh, so there would be a lone boy in the auditorium watching the films, with what looks to be Uncle Grizzly travelling around the aisles. Gotta say, as a young lad, I got strong vibes of Stranger Danger. But hey, the show was meant to be unsettling for younger viewers, and it definitely worked on me.
What's the first thing you do when you wake up in the morning? If you're checking your phone, stop that. Instead, try this technique from the mind science pioneer.
Are you mad? Are you mad?
Hallison and Batchelor's 1954 film Animal Farm.
Are you mad? That wrong is not okay. You know,
Allison's first animated feature, based on the George Orwell book by the same name, released 9 years prior, telling the fantasy story on what if animals were self-aware of their own strength and oppose their owner, although the story does purposely parallel Russia's history of the early 20th century, in other words, being a simplification on the Soviet Union. In fact, the movie was funded by the US CIA. They were likely involved to make this project a piece of propaganda to combat communist ideas in the West. The pig major in the story is meant to be based on Karl Marx, and his voice may remind you of a certain British Prime Minister of the time.
I have had much time for thought as I lay alone in my stall.
why is my 3D picture like this when I'm live?
Were both very different intellectuals, to put it lightly.
Joy eventually said, "Come on, let's keep it in." You know, he may enjoy it. I don't know what his reaction was.
He sent down a message of displeasure.
Really?
Yes.
What did he say?
That we should have asked his permission to try to portray him in this game.
Putting the politics aside, with the exception of dropping several characters from the book and a more optimistic ending, the movie actually stays quite faithful to the novel, not shying away from the grim violent moments of the story. It's quite astonishing on how much they were able to get away with a G/U rating, quite similar to another British cartoon that, speaking of which... Watership Down is perhaps one of the most
Let's see what else we missed.
controversial family films to have ever been made, with the story seeing a group of surviving rabbits from a burrow trying to find a new home, but are constantly caught up by the dangers of the outside world. Much of the rabbits' situations involve a little bit of excess blood, a concerning amount where you wonder, why is this movie even rated U to begin with? The organisation that rated the movie, the BBFC, have received numerous complaints every year, from upset parents that felt that they were misled by the movie's age rating. The film certainly has a lot of moments that seem a little bit inappropriate for younger viewers. But believe it or not, the bit inappropriate for younger viewers. A lot of moments that seem a little bit inappropriate for younger viewers. But believe it or not, the director of Watership Down, Martin Rosen, would later direct another animated feature that is much more bleak and grim than Watership Down. The movie is the 1982 film The Plague Dogs, about two dogs that escape an animal lab and live free in the wild. The film had a PG rating, which I saw this one as a kid, but if I have to be honest, I never finished watching this one. You see, I stopped at a moment where a hunter calls over Sniffer, one of the dogs, and, well, this happened.
That's it. Come on, up we go.
Yeah, I didn't go any further than after that. From other people that I've spoken to who've watched the film all the way through, they've said that this film is not an easy watch, so I certainly wouldn't recommend it to any dog lover, or animal lover for that matter. Powerful Stuff was a 1988 PSA film about the dangers of high-voltage electricity that was made to be shown between young teens and young adults. The 15-minute short film follows Darren and his younger brother Tom. When Darren goes to school that day, a man by the name of Mr. Jones comes into the class, teaching the teens about the dangers of electrical installation. But Darren doesn't exactly pay attention on what the tutor has to say. This is reflected by the finale of the short film, where Darren goes into a power grid to retrieve a football. But after accidentally coming in contact with one of the metal grids, Darren is literally shocked and collapsed to the ground. The younger brother Tom quickly rushes to his aid, into the dangerous electrical site. Darren's mates rush into the scene and try and stop Tom going any further, but it's too little too late. Well, I suppose if you're going to make a PSA for younger viewers, you might want to hammer in the message by making it something memorable, but damn! The finale was edited down to be a standalone ad on its own, broadcast on television. For a long while, you could only view this
Oh.
PSA in this extremely condensed version, but YouTuber Ephemeral Films, who specializes in PSA videos, uploaded the full short film. Now, before we get to number 1, I just want to make a quick honourable mention. This entry ever so nearly made the list, but it wasn't exactly creepy or disturbing, so I left it out in the end. But I think some of you may say that it's still inappropriate to be part of children's media. Take a look for yourself. Letterland is a book series designed to educate small children their ABCs and learning to read and write, with every letter of the alphabet having a personality. Annie Apple, Bouncing Ben, Clever Cat, Dippy Duck, Eddie Elephant, and etc. etc. being pretty self-explanatory, of the characters starting with the same letter of their respected alphabet. Creator of the series, Lynn Wendon, must have found it fairly challenging for when she had to design characters starting with letters that are used less frequently in the English language. Like the letter X is not exactly spoiled for choices. So what did she conjure up when she came round to that letter? Why, 2 cousins, named Max and Maxine, referred to as the Kissing Cousins. As a notable trait of theirs is when they're writing cards to one another, they usually sign off the message by leaving loads of X's, traditionally representing kisses in a letter. Now, before I go any further, let me just give some clarity that in the UK, it's completely legal to kiss or even marry your cousin, but in other places like America, the law does vary from state to state. And for immature adults, they may do a double take if you mention to them kissing cousins out of context. By 2003, Letterland garnered a reimagining, with many of the characters receiving a new design, or were completely reworked.
Isn't necessarily not wrong to kiss your cousins, but it's obviously going to be weird.
Although this time round you couldn't have done it where it's more directly linked to the letter X, like a xylophone or an ox. And if you've enjoyed the video so far and you want to see more like it, then please consider subscribing down below, as it would be very much appreciated if you can join me along the journey of covering more weird and obscure media. Right, without any further ado, let's head to number 1.
No fucking bad. You've got this screaming at us.
Due to the enlightened success of the Wallace and Gromit shorts round about the Christmas season, the BBC were most keen and interested to commission other animations for the holiday block. And while none of the other projects came to the same peak of popularity as the Wallace and Gromit franchise, there has been one other from that era that has remained to be extremely memorable, that being the TV movie The Secret Adventures of Tom Thumb. It began life as a 10-minute short and was going to be shown in BBC's 2 Christmas programming, but when the channel saw the final product, they turned it down for being too dark. But after having a successful run around several animation festivals, the BBC commissioned a fully length TV movie to be aired around about the Christmas season of 1993. This was another one I saw as a wee lad, and I gotta say, as a kid that was too scared to watch a program like Scooby-Doo, I was not ready for this movie. The film is set in this post-apocalyptic, dying fantasy world, where a human couple have a very unique and small child named Tom. The family seem to be rather content, but it's sadly short-lived, as Tom is taken away to a lab filled with other unfortunate creatures that are grisly experimented on. Thankfully for Tom, some kind of cyborg lizard is kind enough to help him out of the lab. When they get to the outside world, they encounter a whole village of tiny people like Tom. They embrace Tom straight away, but not so much for his lizard friend. Oh, that was a bit unkind, don't you think? Poor little bugger didn't even make it halfway through the film. Yeah, this is a very unsavory movie. The film was animated by stop motion, but used the distinct technique of pixelation, where you essentially use the live-action human actors as stop-motion puppets. The special is overall very ambitious, of having live-action humans alongside stop-motion models on set. It's quite a marvel to behold and gives the special a unique style, but also the uncanny movements of the humans only further add to the whole dark atmospheric tone of the whole film. If you're into dark and creepy animations, then this is a high recommendation. recommendation. Or if you're a light-hearted individual, minor spoiler warning, there is no happy ending.
Oh, 70. Oh no. Oh goodness gracious me. This one might be too controversial for us to react to. So the Teletubbies and it showed Thomas the track. Click on the card. Dun 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 dun. Crying, luscious girl. I never meant to bring you to my world. Now he's sitting in the corner crying, and that was my fault, my fault. Oh my lord. Amano's Tracy Beak on this list seems a bit controversial. The illustrious mm, how has Batman made this list? Hermit Games, be doing my work, and I say, gonna cry. And I got my fault. Instant song, let me play my love. Oh my lord. Fuck you for that.
For the last 5 years, I've been producing documentaries about missing media, mainly about Hollywood films. Because, A, I'm a movie buff. I just find it easier to discuss what I love. Now, I'm certain it's little surprise to any of my regular viewers. Or if this is your first time watching one of my videos, probably my accent gave it away. I'm from the UK. Growing up watching a great plethora of British children's content, with many of these shows being quite sentimental for me. And unfortunately, many of these programs that I've grown to love have missing pieces of media, so I felt the time was finally right to not only make the ultimate love letter to the shows that I enjoyed as a kid and even today, but to also to help to spread a bit of awareness. Maybe yourself or somebody you know might have one of the items on the list and could help get it out there. So if you grew up watching UK television, I hope this video is able to excite those warm nostalgic memories. Or if you're not from the UK,
No, I need to repeat. Stop. I was sad. You got me excited for nothing. That was such a good goal, I'm pretty sure. It's his birthday on the 20-ish. His birthday. No, his birthday is this week. No, his birthday passed. Oh, he was on the 24th. Okay, I was close. I said 25th, but it's 24th. Right. How's about piss me off? I'm the last man. Oh my god. There's no way that was offside as well. Ooh, Brum. That's from my childhood. Yeah, obviously, I wasn't alive at the time, but I watched it on a rerun. And I can see why the previous generation loved it. Yeah, that is offside.
British children's content, with many of these shows being quite sentimental for me. And unfortunately, many of these programs that I've grown to love have missing pieces of media. So I felt the time was finally right to not only make the ultimate love letter to the shows that I
Brum.
enjoyed as a kid and even today, but to also to help to spread a bit of awareness. Maybe yourself or somebody you know might have one of the items on the list and could help get it out there. So if you grew up watching UK television, I hope this video is able to ignite some of those warm nostalgic memories. Or if you're not from the UK, then I'd like to think that you will still
Nigeria just took the lead. Are we positive? Just like last year, just 4 years ago. Baba, there's 1-0 to Algeria. Oh no. Wait. He's offside. This is about being controversial playing 2 offsides. Holy shit, it's fine.
find this video to be very insightful about other pieces of missing media from another country. I do sincerely hope that all these topics we'll talk about today won't forever be lost media. Right, with the context out of the way, let's start the countdown.
People say Readly sounds too good to be true.
This is an hour long.
There must be a cap.
We're dealing with twice as much as that now. About your symphony.
Just like your
It's
Back in the 80s, arriving to work, artist and animator Keith Chapman saw a JCB on the side of the road. He quickly doodled down a logo, his eyes and mouth, This living vehicle. The initial name for this man was Builder, before changing his mind to Bob the Builder. By 1997, Keith Chapman had the opportunity to pitch it as a show for Hit Entertainment, but he would need to create a proof of concept to demonstrate
Bob the
potential.
Builder.
Production of the test shoot was very hastily done in
Bob
the
the
span of 3
Builder.
months. By consequence of trying to simplify the script, time is only 2 minutes and 10 seconds. The pilot is set in one location and only features 2 of the characters, Bob and Digger, who would later become Scoop in the final show. It wasn't too long afterwards that the show Bob the Builder was picked up, but for 23 years the pilot of the series went unseen. A user by the name of King Mr. Harvey was able to get in contact with one of the original producers who were kind enough to send him a copy of the pilot. It was uploaded on archive.org by December of 2020.
That's interesting.
In 1963,
Because I've probably too much from the original Bob the Builder and the Bob the Builder from the mid 2010s.
2D cell animation pilot of Noddy was created for a potential series that never got picked up. The episode provides a backstory on how Noddy came to Toyland, where Big Ears finds Noddy in the middle of the woods. Upon returning to Toyland, he's questioned by the court that if he really is a toy, as it's only toys that are privileged to live in the land. For many decades, the pilot was virtually inaccessible, before it finally received a publication thanks to the BFI releasing it through their BFI player. In 2000, 2 years before the series premiered on Channel 5, Peppa Pig had a pilot that was pitched to the network. Although the proof of concept has never garnered an official release, but it has been shown at various conventions around the UK. In a
That's
2015
interesting.
screening, somebody secretly
But
recorded the pilot.
I'm
They additionally screened a
15. What am I supposed to care about?
Little Kingdom. The cam recording was uploaded on YouTube on April 29th of 2021. It was very quickly taken down before being re-uploaded on YouTube a few days later by user Blue Frog. Who knows if we will ever get a cling rip copy? It remains to be seen if these pilots will ever get an official release.
Don't need to say it.
Debuting on BBC in 1997 was The Teletubbies, a programme series that attempted to appeal to the toddler audience. But despite its humble background, the series ended up getting wrapped in a little bit of controversy. American Christian groups complained that Tinky Winky was a gay character, for being the colour purple, a gay pride colour, carrying a handbag implying a feminist personality, and having an antennae that's a triangle, the gay pride symbol. Ken Visselman, who brought the Teletubbies to the States, said, and I quote, "He's not gay, he's not straight, he's just a character in a children's series," unquote. While there may have been adults beyond the Teletubbies age demographic that were finding the series rather offensive, that isn't to say that the actual intended audience didn't find the series somewhat upsetting. Typically, by the end of every Teletubbies episode, the Teletubbies would watch a performance from exclusive special guest characters. While the visuals were nothing vile, people who grew up watching the show can recall being rather unsettled by some of these segments. But the only short that had to be reseeded by the BBC was dubbed The Bear and the Lion. In the clip, the lion, or how he refers to himself as the scary lion, and I'm going to eat you. I know he didn't say that, but it sounds like something he would say. The lion would chase around the bear, as the bear would try and tease off the lion. Many younger kids were rather uncomfortable when they saw this segment in the show, and led to a number of BBC complaints from parents. Since the format of Teletubbies that they would recycle clips from episode to episode, the BBC had to pull the broadcast of all the episodes that featured the bear and the lion. They did attempt to re-edit the clip, where the voice of the lion and the bear was softer, with gentler music, although some countries still never showed the episode. Okay, so Pingu is not a British show. It was originally made in Switzerland, but it was such a big part of BBC's children's
Okay, I'm pretty sure the pilots lost media. That's actually interesting, bro.
British television that it seems a shame to overlook it. With some slight cultural differences between Britain and Switzerland, that some episodes had to be slightly re-edited or even outright banned in the UK. I am aware Pingu does have other banned episodes and edits around the world, but I'll be just referring to the UK controversies. In episode 1 of the series, Pingu gets tripped up and hit by some bullies. These moments were edited out for the BBC repeats in 2003. In episode 3, where Pingu has to look after an egg, there's a moment by the end where Pingu hides away. This scene was edited out by the BBC. That's because this scene softly implies that Pingu's parents would have been violent against him, thus why he hides away for his own safety. Episode 14 of Pingu ceased re-airing in the UK by 2005, due to depicting Pingu being spanked after his bad behaviour. And in season 3 of episode 9, the BBC edit out a moment where the mum slaps Pingu across the face. But easily the most infamously banned episode from the UK is the programme where Pingu has a nightmare of the walrus. The episode ceased re-airing on the
Oh, Messi
BBC
scored.
by 2003, although
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Messi just scored. Yeah, I got the notification. Messi scored in his sixth World Cup. He's the first to score in 6 consecutive World Cups. He's done it 8 days before his birthday. He's done it. He's actually done it. Watch this man. 12 years now. And he's just pulled off top bins as well. That's sweet. Speaking about streams, we're going to be streaming the England game later, which is in approximately 18 hours and 33 minutes. Is what's in last night. Yo, how have I hit my limit? I've not even used the fucking app. Interesting. Whatever was my last name. It should allow friends in the pitch. Crucial Leo could play and reply to messages at the scene. Some puts can't handle us.
In the US. In fact, unlike the UK, the episode did make it onto home media within the States.
Dear Molly.
Lee, I'm gonna take another break to make myself a meal since I'm hungry as hell.
Review and feedback as a matter of urgency. Kind regards, Sharon.
Oh no. To begin with, let's go.
Tweenies was a semi-spin-off of the Tweenie series, broadcasting between 2003 and 2008. The series shows the Tweenies in short stories
I watched,
dangerous scenarios
technically
where to counteract the danger to remain safe. As of today, only 2 episodes are currently missing to view. One named Horses, and the other named Knives was the only one that was purposely banned by the BBC. All that can be currently seen of the episode of today was a short clip that was used for the spin-off show in the intro. Mark Speight was a children's television presenter, with his most popular gig co-starring Smart. One of his earlier roles on children's television was the game show See It, Saw It. There, that's where he would meet his future partner, Natasha Collins. Natasha had a promising acting career ahead, getting cast as one of the main characters in the Channel 4 drama series Hollyoaks. But the same day that she was told that she got the job, she was in a severe car accident, where she was in a deep coma. She was able to somewhat recover, but by consequence, she had repetitive seizures for the rest of her life, making her incapable of continuing her acting career. She would use the compensation money from the accident to start her own business company. At this point, her and Mark Speight became really close. One night, Mark and Natasha were drinking alcohol and consuming sleeping pills with cocaine. Mark went to bed while Natasha ran herself a warm bath. But when Mark woke up the following afternoon, he found his dear Natasha dead in the bath, with the tap still running. Mark was briefly arrested in suspicion of murdering Natasha, but he was soon let go. Because of the loss of his partner, Mark resigned from children's television. He would spiral into a deep depression. Family, friends, and co-hosts would try immensely hard to help Mark through these times. But only within a matter of months later, Mark committed suicide. One of his dear co-host friends, Kirsten O'Brien, would relay his death on the children's news show Newsround. While the broadcast...
Well, I was watching earlier. He went missing and he got found dead. Basically. That's what I heard. Ah, alright, let me check.
would relay his death. One of his dear only within a host television. He would spiral into it because of the loss of his partner. Mark resigned from children's television. He would spiral into a deep depression. Family, friends, and co-hosts would try immensely hard to help Mark through these times. But only within a matter of months later, Mark committed suicide. One of his dear co-host friends, Kirsten O'Brien, would relay his death on the children's news show Newsround. While the broadcast tiptoed around the mention of suicide, parents complained to the BBC that a children's programme shouldn't bring up the subject of real-world death. Since then, Newsround has never been hesitant of tackling heavy subjects. Today, this broadcast of Newsround can't be found on the internet.
Okay, here it is. From what I've seen, we're missing. Right.
When Jim Henson's Muppet series Fraggle Rock made it over to the UK, the live-action inserts of Doc were re-recorded with a new character, the Captain, who resided in a lighthouse. The Captain would tend to be a little bit meaner and blunter than Doc, the original US host. Aside from a new live-action man, the rest of the episode would remain the same to its US counterpart. Unfortunately, many of the master copies of the UK version no longer exist. In the early 2000s, there was an immense campaign to get the US version of Fraggle Rocks released on DVD, and while that succeeded, the same could not be said for the UK counterpart. With a very spotty archive of episodes, the distributors Hit Entertainment would attempt to contact the Jim Henson Company in the hopes that they may have a more completed archive. By December of 2020, the BFI's Missing Belief Wiped event were able to rediscover all
We
the
talked about Jim
episodes still
before.
exist in some format. But fan Alex Taylor would confirm that only 29 of the episodes were in broadcast quality, with it currently remain to be seen if all the episodes will ever be officially released.
Yeah, Bobo.
Wolves, Witches and Giants was a cartoon anthology series that aired on CITV. The series would retell many classic fairy tale stories, with recurring villains such as, well, the wolf, witch, and the giant, sometimes reinventing the fairy tales to feature either one of these characters that were not featured in the original tale. The show had about 4 series, each running for about 13 episodes. The home media release of the series have been rather sporadic, with partial releases on VHS and DVD, but not including all the episodes. It was difficult to watch the whole run of the show until by the early 2020s, where all the episodes were unofficially uploaded to YouTube. Airing since 1958, Blue Peter is the longest-running kids show in the world, still airing new content on BBC, educating young viewers on how to do their own arts and
Technically.
crafts, discussing about animals, history, new technological advancements, a variety of all sorts really. They also give out Blue Peter badges for recognising the achievements of young viewers or just the success of celebrities, with over 5,000 episodes to date. Fortunately, unlike most BBC programmes, Blue Peter has a very healthy archive of episodes. They even aided the archive by providing some of the only known clips of several episodes of a now long-lost, cold British TV show, which we will talk about at some point. The episode listing for Blue Peter episodes are nearly complete, with the exception of the first 5 years of Blue Peter, which are now completely lost.
You asked for more ways to create, so we made a major update. Sleeve printing is now live. You can now design directly on sleeves across some of our best-selling hoodies and tees. It's
Between 1997 and 1998, there was a Wallace and Gromit stage show. The plot of the show combines both the wrong trousers and the close shave, with the penguin from the wrong trousers as the main villain. There are very few photographs circulating online of the stage show. It's believed that there may be footage of the performance, but it's not known as to what company or what person may have it. The
Robin
first
Hood.
TV rendition of Robin Hood was the BBC broadcast of 1953 that ran for 6 parts. It was performed and broadcast live within the area of London. The main character of Robin Hood was played by Patrick Troughton, who would later star in Doctor Who as the second incarnation of the Doctor. In fact, in the 2014 Doctor Who episode, Robots of Sherwood, there's a brief monitor reference of the Troughton show of the 50s. Today, only small fragments of Part 2 have survived. This is the earliest surviving footage of Troughton on television. Small clips were shown in various BBC documentaries over the years, but the full 7 minutes of footage was made available on the Power of the Daleks special edition release. Being a live telecast, you can see some small imperfections within the programme, such as how the projected background is unstable, and you can just make out the production crew talking in the background.
Horse, sir? Nay, I couldn't say there. No horses hereabouts, except them belonging to gentlefolk.
The first Wurzel Gummidge book was published all the way back in 1936. There have been several adaptations of the stories. Perhaps the most prominent example is the John Pertwee series of the late 70s and the 80s. Originally conceived to be a feature movie, before it was downsized to a television series. But the John Pertwee rendition was not the first adaptation to come to the moving image. That would have to be the BBC adaptation back in 1953, featuring Frank Atkinson as Wurzel and Mabel Constandaros playing as Wurzel's wife. It was filmed live and lasted for 4 parts. There are no known copies of any of the episodes. Bodger and Badger was a BBC's children's television series that followed the antics of, well, Bodger and his badger, running for 9 series from 1989 to 1999. While there's a plentiful amount of episodes that are available to watch online, there are still quite a few that are missing, especially from the early series. Series 1 is missing 3 episodes, episode 2, 5 and 6. Series 2 is virtually complete, with the exception of episode 2. Series 3 is only missing 2 episodes, episode 3 and 7. Series 4 is currently missing the most amount of episodes, episode 2, 3, 5, 6, 7 and 9. Series 5 was the introduction to the recurring character of Mousy. Her first introduction episode is currently missing along with 4 others. Thankfully, the rest of the series from this point onwards can be easily viewed on YouTube, with the exception of episode 9 from series 8, where the only copy that's available is a cam recording of the episode. Mission 2110 was a drama/game show that aired in 2010 on CBBC. The series follows the only known surviving human of a robot uprising named Caleb. Waking up from stasis, he has no memory prior to the show. He's taken care by Sibley, an AI, who acts as a motherly figure to him. By utilizing time travel technology, Caleb recruits young kids from 100 years ago to take down the robot uprising. The series lasts for about 2 seasons. There were rumors of a possible 3rd series, but it never came to fruition. The props and costumes of the robots were reused in numerous other BBC productions. In terms of availability, Series 1 only has episode 9 to 13 that can be easily viewed, where Series 2 has episode 1 to 7. Stupid was a CBBC comedy/sketch series starring Martyrs Bridgestock as King Stupid, who's a regular comedy actor for the BBC, and Rusty Goff as the butler Goober, who has had a wide variety of film and television roles, the most famous of which being the acrobatic Oompa Loompa in the first Willy Wonka movie. From episode to episode, King Stupid and Goober would get up to antics, while watching and making the people of Earth do stupid things. In the sketches they would watch, they would feature recurring characters. The series lasted for about 2 seasons, with a grand total of 20 episodes. After the series was finished, there were no reruns, and for the next 11 years it was extremely difficult to watch the full series. It wouldn't be until late 2018 that all the episodes would be uploaded to YouTube. The original uploads have been taken down, but have since been remirrored elsewhere on YouTube.
What's the first thing you do when you wake up in the morning?
Oh,
If you're checking your
God,
phone,
and have
stop that. Instead, try this technique from the mind science pioneer Jose.
Muffin the Mule is by far our
Oh my God, that looks like 1930s blood. Oh, you all that.
oldest show on the list, with the first episode debuting on BBC television back in 1946, with all the
46.
episodes being performed and transmitted live. The show featured the title character, Muffin the Mule, alongside the rest of his marionette friends, hosted by the human presenter Annette Mills, who would usually be sitting beside her piano singing a tune. After the passing of Annette Mills in 1955, the BBC decided to discontinue the series. The character of Muffin the Mule would make minimal appearances on television during the later part of the 50s. But there wouldn't be a true revival of the show not until 2005, with an animated reimagining of the marionette characters that debuted and reran on CBeebies until 2008. In 2006, to commemorate the 60th anniversary of the Muffin the Mule show, all 20 surviving episodes were made available on a DVD set. 4 of the entries had previously never been released on any format. The set additionally included several rare Muffin films. One that's particularly interesting is a vintage silent cartoon. The booklet that accompanies the DVD doesn't mention about this animated short. From what little I was able to gather, the cartoon may have been made back in 1974 or 1975. At least 3 Muffin the Mule cartoons were made during this time. What happened to the other 2 and why they were made is a complete mystery. Keith Harris was an immensely popular ventriloquist on the top variety shows back in the day. His most famous creations was Orville the Green Duck. They both performed a hit song, I Wish I Could Fly, that actually reached number 4 on Top of the Pops. He had his own primetime show on the BBC during the 80s. and was worth an estimated £7 million. But when variety shows fell out of fashion during the 90s, Keith Harris found it immensely hard to get work. And since he had dyslexia, he didn't understood many of the contracts he signed. Through some bad investment, he lost his fortune. He was able to steadily climb back up his career ladder, mainly working within the theatre circuit. And while he never quite bounced back in the same popularity as he did back in the 80s, he remained to be a very beloved ex-TV host, and would occasionally reappear on television during the 2000s and 2010s. In 2015, due to an ongoing battle with cancer, Keith Harris would pass away. He was only 67. One of his most outrageous projects during his late life was when he was doing a tour of theatre performances. In the day, he would do one for families, but by evenings, he would do one exclusively for the adults. This was part of an ongoing trend at the time, where blue acts were becoming popular. As of right now, there are no known recordings of his adult shows.
Oh.
Marrying Mum and Dad was a documentary series that aired on the BBC and CBBC, where of course the parents get married, but it's up to the children on what kind of wedding they will have. And through the episode we see them and the host, arranging all the details. Being produced during the early 2010s, the programme did not shy away of depicting a same-sex couple, as in one episode 2 dads get married, perhaps very well the first example of portraying a same-sex marriage for children's television, predating by at least 5 years the American cartoon Steven Universe, where in one of the episodes they depict the lesbian couple Ruby and Sapphire getting married. Unfortunately though, this historical milestone in children's entertainment is currently missing, along with many other episodes of the series. The original run of the Wurzel Gummidge series starring John Pertwee lasted for 4 series. It was briefly revitalised by the end of the late 80s in the sequel series Wurzel Gummidge Down Under, that lasted for 2 seasons. By the 90s, John Pertwee was eager to do a new series with Wurzel Gummidge, but now in his 70s he didn't want to do anything that was too physically demanding. However, a TV producer by the name of Philip Ettinger felt that good direction with the franchise was within the medium of animation. Pertwee loved the idea. Being a fan of animation, one of his favourite movies that came out recently at that time was Aladdin, originally conceived to be a hand-drawn series before they switched to stop motion with clay models. With the cost of the production being so low, animator Morris Pulley did the photography work from home, so he didn't have to pay for studio space. John Pertwee and Una Stubbs came back to voice Wurzel Gummidge and Aunt Sally respectfully, as well as doing the voices for the other characters in the pilot, as they were unable to hire on any additional actors. Being unsatisfied with the look of Wurzel and Aunt Sally, the designs were changed during the shoot. This inadvertently led to continuity errors in the final pilot, with the designs changing from scene to scene. Overall, the final short was unsatisfying and proved to be difficult to sell to networks. They were able to get a deal with UK Sky as a home channel for the show, but needed to seek additional funding. But the project would ultimately be scrapped by May of 1996 when John Pertwee passed away. As the main face of Wurzel, it was impossible without him. The footage of the pilot would go unseen for over 20 years, until it was finally publicly shown on BBC News in early 2019, just coincidentally coinciding with the 40th anniversary of the first Wurzel Gummidge series with John Pertwee. The original rushes of the animation were rediscovered. As of today, only snippets of the BBC News report is the only glimpse we've got of this 10-minute pilot. Tugs was a short-lived model series on CITV that aired in 1989 for 13 episodes. While it never received a second series, it's garnered the reputation of being a cult show, with many devoted fans and followers. Tugs is tend to be referred to as the older brother equivalent of Thomas the Tank Engine. This is because the storylines tend to be more darker when compared to the Thomas show. The episodes as well are twice as long, running for 15 minutes. However, the episodes were filmed for a 20-minute runtime. A year before the series premiered on television, 4 of the 20-minute episodes were released at VHS, before they were cut down to 15 minutes. The rest of the series would get a VHS release, although these episodes were in the broadcast 15-minute format. To date, the series has yet to have been released on DVD. And while some of the extended episodes are in the hands of the fan group Tug's Exhibition, it has yet to have been seen if they will ever be released officially or at all. Raggy Dolls was an ITV cartoon series, following the adventures of some defective dolls from the reject bin, airing between 1986 and 1994, lasting for 9 seasons and 112 episodes. Series 1 to 4 were released on DVD between 2010 and 2011, although the last 4 series never got released on the format, and there are hardly any of the later episodes online to watch. Terrorhawks was a 1980s puppet series created by Jerry Anderson, who was well regarded for his other puppet shows, like Thunderbirds and Captain Scarlet. While Terrorhawks never reached the same peak of popularity as those prior shows, it has still considered to be a great underrated gem in the Jerry Anderson universe, earning a renaissance of interest when the storylines were continued in the Big Finish audio dramas, and a reboot of the show is currently in the works. But when it came time to release the series on Blu-ray, the original negatives of the show were worryingly missing. Unfortunately, it appears by 2005, Jerry Anderson, who was in early stages of dementia at the time, inadvertently ordered the destruction of the original negatives. Thankfully, an archive of 16mm prints of the episodes was rediscovered and were used as the source for the HD restorations on the Blu-rays, although 4 episodes were missing from the 16mm pile, only existing as the 1-inch videotape format, meaning they can't be converted to true HD.
Southeastern.
Learn Spanish with Real Spanish TV.
No veo nada, no veo nada.
Click on words in the subtitle
Sí, mejor.
to get an instant translation. Learn Spanish with Real Spanish TV.
Alright, this one's interesting.
It's a drama series that aired on the BBC, following the...
I watched every episode of the original series, and Tracy Beaker Returns, and most of, and the series after Tracy Beaker Returns, because the Dumping Ground doesn't count, as it doesn't have Tracy. Although it has only a couple episodes, and the reboot of Dumping Ground. She had 2 spin-off series to Tracy Beaker Returns, and so we're still waiting for Tracy Beaker to come back.
The life of Tracy Beaker in a care home, with the television show based on the book series.
This is probably one of the best tellings on record.
And a spin-off show. It's amongst one of the longest-running children's shows for the network, with all the episodes of the franchise consistently in rotation. However, there is one elusive piece of Tracy Beaker media that only ever aired twice. That being the 5-part special, Tracy Beaker Parties with Pudsey. Pudsey Bear, if you're not aware, is the mascot for Children in Need, a charity organisation that the BBC throws eventful nights every year to raise money for the cause, often featuring returning BBC cast and crew to do something special for the evening build up to the event. However, because
I've heard of the Pussy ones, I try to watch it, I can find it.
Many of these specials and clips usually don't get a release beyond their first airing, hence why the Tracy Beaker special has not seen wider exposure, but it can still very easily be found online.
Dude, Forest Peak. The guy had Duke's actual actor full in the one account.
DVD release in 2008,
Oh, yeah.
and while all the episodes of the series are
Yes, man.
The episodes on the DVD features a different end credit scene, where it features a blooper reel of the episode you just watched, where in the broadcast episode it doesn't feature the custom-made blooper reel. It's more than likely that the DVD version were how the episodes were originally meant to be seen in, before to lessen the runtime for broadcast television, that the blooper reel were deleted out. And while it's not known, it's more than likely that the following 3 seasons were not edited in the mindset of featuring a blooper reel. But if it is to be believed that Season 1 had an end credit blooper reel to be shown at the end of every episode, then from 26 episodes we're still missing 21 outtakes. The Fab Lab was a primary school series that educated very young children about basic science, featuring 2 pixies, Trixie and Dixie, who lives in a garden shed. They're usually visited by their dog friend Prof, who's the teacher of the show. The series ran between 2002 and 2006, although it never garnered any home media release. By consequence, episodes of the series are rather hard to come by, with currently only 4 episodes easily available, which have been unofficially uploaded online. Big Baby was the brainchild of John Reach, originally coming up with the idea of wanting to superimpose an adult's head on a baby's body for a music video. No band he talked to were keen on the idea, so he instead did a proof-of-concept test with Spencer Jones to be featured in a possible sketch show. The clip found its way to the BBC, and a pilot was commissioned for the series. The effects test can easily be found on Vimeo, but the pilot is still inaccessible to watch, with only 2 screenshots of the project re-emerging online. In one of the images, it features an early puppet of Budge. In the episode Ducks, this puppet was used for some scenes, despite looking different from the main show version. Scratch and Sniff's Den of Doom was a children's game show that aired on CITV, lasting for only 1 season, airing in 2007 and reran to continue until early 2011. It wouldn't be until the early 2020s that episodes began reappearing online, which currently 7 are available, but there are conflicting sources stating on how many episodes were produced. It may be as low as 15 or as high as 26. That makes it hard to estimate as to how many episodes are still left to find. The Animals of Farthing Wood was an animated drama show based on the books by the same name, featuring animals that originated from Farthing Wood, who had to flee their home after it was overtaken by construction workers. Now the animals put aside their differences as they travel to the nature reserve White Deer Park as their new home. The show was well praised for being extremely mature for a children's show, and did not shy away of many of the darker aspects of the books. The series took an extremely long time to come to DVD, where all 3 seasons were available by 2016, but that can't be said for the stage show. There's very little information about the production. The year that it was in production was in 1998, and it was a co-production with Green and Lenigan, and that's it. No videos, no pictures, nothing. Musician and longtime Thomas fan Andrew Lloyd Webber had received the Railway series rights in the 1970s and was planning to make a musical animated series. The company in which who were responsible for making the pilot was Granada TV. The 2D animation reportedly looks similar to Ivor the Engine, with animator Brian Crossgrove, who worked on the pilot and would later on go off and format the British animation studio Crossgrove Hall Films. However, the US backing, which was essential for bringing the show to life, never materialised, leading to the whole show being cancelled. To date, its one and only pilot episode has never been publicly shown.
Some things are too good to be true, like Wi-Fi that never drops. Then there's Readly, thousands of magazines in one app.
The Sarah Jane Adventures was a spin-off series from the Doctor Who franchise that aired on CBBC, with Elizabeth Sladen coming back to reprise her role as Sarah Jane. Sadly, she would pass away due to cancer in early 2011. Because of this, Series 5 of the Sarah Jane Adventures was cut short, with only 3 storylines out the 6-episode plan fully completed. These were aired in October of 2011. However, according to rumours, they had started filming later episodes of the series, and that they were going to use the unused footage of Elizabeth Sladen for a Doctor Who Series 9 storyline, where it would have been about Sarah Jane's funeral, but this has never been confirmed.
Oh, stop.
Grange Hill was a BBC children's soap opera following the life of the students who attend the secondary school Grange Hill. It ran for 31 seasons and had 601 episodes, airing from 1978 to 2008. While the show was on television, it scantily ever received a home media release.
Please,
Highlights of the first and second seasons were released on VHS during the 80s, but were edited and condensed down, and missing
Alright.
further episodes, specifically the ones that carried an ongoing story arc. It wouldn't be until Grange Hill's 30th anniversary that the first 4 seasons were released on a DVD box set, albeit with episodes slightly edited to remove copyrighted pop songs that couldn't be cleared for the DVD release. From 2018 to 2020, Series 5 up until 10 were released on DVD, but there are no plans to release any more of the series on home media. From 2021 to 2022, the first 9 series of Grange Hill was released on BritBox. This leaves the remaining 21 seasons ambiguous to purchase for the public, with fans relying on unofficial uploads to the internet to watch the remainder of the series. Unsurprisingly, there are missing portions of episodes from Series 10 onwards.
Obviously, Grange Hill was this big soap opera around the time. Obviously, stuff of for the BBC, obviously, EastEnders taken over just 7 years later, and EastEnders is still on for now 4 years. 41 actually.
BBC Scotland had a number of programmes that exclusively aired in the Gaelic language. One of the original shows that aired for the 2003 launch of CBeebi's Alba was Na Dúine Béga, which translates to The Little People. The show was about 3 magical creatures that lived in a fantasy land.
Interesting.
Each episode they would learn about different topics.
I've not heard of
Go to
this.
different places like the zoo or the fish market, which would be filmed in different places in Scotland. The programme would include learning about basic elements such as colours and numbers, and the magical land wizard would tell different stories each episode. The show had 6 seasons and reruns continued up until 2013, although today there is little to see of the show. Clips can be seen on the BBC Alba website, but with no full episodes available to watch. Shoot was a short-lived CBBC series that aired in 2007 and had a 13-episode run. Each episode would be filmed from a POV shot, with a poor individual falling down the garbage chute of the BBC. They would land on a junk pile of tapes, where the host of the show, an unfortunate man named Ross, who is trapped amongst the junk heap, where him and the viewer would pass the time by watching the various VHS tapes that were down below. With the programme being a clip show, these clips consist of either other BBC programmes or the most recent online viral video of the day, with Potter Puppet Pals making its TV debut on the show. This series would occasionally guest star various CBBC characters. For nearly 10 years, the series was hard to come by, until by 2017, where all episodes were uploaded online. In 2007, skits starring chins would play between CBBC programs. There was an ongoing gag where Oucho, one of the main presenters of the channel at the time, would be terrified whenever a chin skit would be played. Personally, myself, I wouldn't blame him. In terms of availability, only 2 of the chin clips have been uploaded online, one of which is in camcorder quality. Pat and Stan were CGI cartoon characters that originally debuted on the French network TF1, eventually receiving an English
Oh
dub
my
and became
god.
particularly popular in Britain, airing on CITV. The characters additionally had a TV series that ran for 39 episodes. They also did bumper skits with the characters that would air between commercials. Well over 400 short skits were created with Pat and Stan, along with a mixture of pop cover songs. Their most popular video by far is their rendition of The Lion Will Sleep Tonight.
This is generation just internet meme from the early 2010s. Just search on YouTube. What's this thing called? Just search up a line 6 to 9, you're gonna find it. In the jungle, the night. Okay, there we go. I don't want to show too much for. Right. Bright brightness. Got the brightness. Wait, let me just quickly watch Truth Reversing. Remove. It's called hippie singer, bro. That's the thing. When you want to watch it, it's called hippo singer. That's just too funny. This is one of my favorite songs growing up. Trust me or not.
The clip was used for an Italian advert to sell Ferrero's Kinda Chocolates. The clip was additionally uploaded on the early days of YouTube and became one of the first viral hits for the website. The United Kingdom dubs of the shorts have all been uploaded to the official YouTube channel. That is, with the exception of the YMCA music video. That was never uploaded. The short has been unofficially uploaded by other users on YouTube, albeit in far inferior quality. Prove It was a factual program that aired on CITV, running for 2 seasons and 26 episodes between 2005 and 2007, tackling urban myths and legends, where they gathered the evidence to see if it's true or not. The show reran on the channel up until August of 2012. It was never released on home media, and only one episode can be publicly accessed. The Eliminator was a game show that aired on CITV, with the first series airing in 2003 and the second series airing in 2004, with a grand total of 26 episodes, presented by regular host of the channel, Michael Underwoods. The format of the show that there would be a group of kids, where they would need to proceed to level, travelling on a square path, similar to a board game, where the way they would move is that they would have to correctly answer a question. If they could correctly answer an easy question, they could move 1 space. A medium question, 2 spaces, and a hard question, 3 spaces. If they get a question wrong, they don't get the luxury of moving up the path. All the while, there's a character called the Eliminator, who steadily moves up each grid pass per the teams go.
Eliminator.
Catch up to them and get on the
Well, it makes it sound like The Undertaker. Oh, that's bad.
Game over for the group. Currently, only 13 episodes are available to watch from the show, 4 episodes from Series 1 and 9 episodes from Series 2. Sooty's Amazing Adventures was a spin-off cartoon series of the puppet show Sooty, airing between 96 and 97.
What do y'all know about City, bro?
The cast, the puppets wouldn't have a voice with the exception of Sue the panda. In the show, there would be a human presenter that would interpret and relay as to what the other mute characters were saying, such as Sooty whispering in the presenter's ear, and Swoop the dog communicating by squeaking, and the presenter would translate this dialogue to the audience. But in the cartoon, all the characters were able to talk, with the exception of Sooty, who remained mute, and the other characters would interpret as to what he was saying through mannerisms. The series was exclusively about the puppet cast, with none of the prior human presenters to appear in the show. Richard Cadell, the current presenter and rights holder of Sooty, had destroyed the original master copies of the cartoon, not being particularly fond of the series, and additionally wanting to prevent anybody else from seeing it. Throughout the 2010s, there has been an intense search to find all the episodes. Right now, nearly all the episodes have been found, with episode 18 being partially recovered, and episode 12 and 17 still being lost.
I was in Qatar, bro, watching City, and I wondered what I was missing actually.
Astro Farm was a stop-motion series that aired on CITV back in the early to the mid-90s. The show did find its way to the States, airing on Nick Jr. from 1999 to 2003. The show follows the family known as the Foxwoods, who runs a farm on an asteroid. Sometimes they're pestered by the Gorks on a nearby asteroid. Beyond the series' original time on television, it's received very little exposure. There was a home media release in the UK, with some episodes making it to VHS, but it's now extremely hard to find. Out of the 52 episodes that were made for the show, only a quarter of them can be easily accessed online. In 1967, Adam West paid a visit to the UK, dressed up as Batman to create a special clip educating children on the curved rule on how to safely cross the road. It was only ever shown in the UK and was presumed lost forever, but a group by the name of Kaleidoscope, famous for seeking out missing British television, had found the lost footage and had publicly announced it in April of 2018. It was first shown privately at a Birmingham screening, later being uploaded on YouTube by the YouTube channel I Am Birmingham. The first TV adaptation.
Okay, we don't know the. And this is the original version of the. No. Shh. Everyone knows. Unlucky. Well, Messi had a chance to score in second there.
Noddy Books was back in 1955 on ITV, named The Adventures of Noddy, that used marionettes to bring the characters to life. The show only lasted on the channel for a year, but more episodes were produced for the BBC up until 1958 and ceased re-showing in 1963. Unlike the majority of TV shows from this time, the whole
Wait,
program of Noddy is preserved.
you know what? Let me check who's in goal
But the corporation
for
haven't
Algeria.
released the episodes within recent
Because
years, but they did release them on home
I
media
feel like
some decades ago, albeit
I've
as silent videos of
seen
films,
it's
but they
around
are
some.
greatly condensed down to a quarter of their original length. Some of these have made
Okay, my husband not lying.
only one full episode of the whole series have been found. The team at the Lost Media
That's it, I'm stunning them.
for the episode Noddy and the Moon. In the late 90s, Disney was considering to do a stop-motion direct-to-video series based on their rendition of Winnie the Pooh, in collaboration with the UK animation studio Crossgrove Hall Films, who have had a long legacy of creating some of the most iconic UK shows of their time. By 1999, a pilot was fully created, but a deal didn't go through in the end. Test animation of the stop-motion has
Save
resurfaced
the
online,
time.
but the pilot is still completely lost.
Meet Sarah and Henry. They just moved into their first home. So, they booked a Tasker. And now, with something smaller on the way, they can take a moment here and there, even if it's on the floor.
Is it done in the consummate?
Danger Mouse was an 80s cartoon that ran for 10
Dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. He's a greatest, fantastic. Dangerous. I already watched the early 2010s series of Ginger Mash. I've seen a bit of the 80s. A couple episodes compared to how the early 2010s were. But you see, what makes it interesting is always shows from the early part of your parents' life or your cousins or uncles is rebooted and shown for your generation.
Series created by now defunct British animation studio Cosgrove Hall Films. Danger Mouse perhaps being their flagship show, as it garnered spin-offs and even a revival in 2015. Before
The early 2010s, but that's technically good mid.
the first series premiered in the fall of 1981, two pilots were created. 1980's Mystery of the Lost Chord, which looks identical to the show we got. This pilot has been officially released on the Danger Mouse DVD sets, but the original 1979 pilot, The Great Bone Idol, has never been released. The only content that's available from the original pilot is a single screenshot and a model sheet of Danger Mouse, who looks slightly more villainous compared to the final show version. Ivor the Engine is an animated show featuring both the title character, accompanied with his driver Edward Jones, as they work up north on the Welsh Railway line, originally airing on the BBC back in 1959. This was the first television production of Small Films, who would later create the series The Clangers and Bagpuss. Ivor the Engine would later be remade in colour in 1975 and would continue airing until 1977. While this rendition of the show has remained consistently available, the original black and white series has only ever garnered one VHS release back in 1991. The release features an introduction by co-creator Oliver Postgid. While you can very easily find this clip on YouTube, the actual VHS is now extremely rare and can command for high prices on the secondary market. Son of the original co-creator Daniel Postgig, who now runs Small Films, is aware of the episode's rarity, but due to the distribution rights being held by Universal have not yet expired.
Wait a second. Oh. Ooh. That son just looks like him.
Forward with a DVD release, but he has uploaded several of the black and white Ivor the Engine episodes on the Small Films Facebook page.
Wait a second. The clear myself.
Pit and Cantroff was an animated series that lasted for 2 seasons. Airing on the BBC and CBBC, it was made by the same creators of Watch My Chops, featuring a 13-year-old cave boy called Pip, accompanied by his pet pteranodon, Cantroff, where from episode to episode they have to solve problems caused by the tribe. The series did get a DVD release, albeit only in French. As of right now, only 6 episodes are available in English.
Welcome to Retro Games. Hi, I'm Jace, and for 30 years I've been running the world's biggest retro game store.
Got some space now. Shut the fuck up, who's saying you can speak? Messi!
Made for Elizabeth II's 8th
Lino! Andres! Messi! I feel bad for Zidane, man. I feel bad for Zidane, man. Luca Zidane. It's a debut game in the World Cup. Your father's watching, and Messi scored 2 goals on you. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Shit. It's 2-0 now. That's Zizou. You know. Ooh, ooh, oh, yes. Kan berisbah harus membayar. Kalau diri berisbah tertiba ada luar kan kita sekolah belum tahu respect apa, oke? Oke? Tapi kan ada kita kuliah sedikit, oke? Ini maksudnya hati-hati, oke, papa? Ini hati-hati sedikit kuliah. Oke.
80th birthday was the live telecast show Children's Party at the Palace, featuring all literacy kid characters invited to Buckingham Palace, although with the notable exception of the villains from all the stories, who in the special gate crash the event, where they steal the Queen's handbag. In the handbag is her spectacles, and without her glasses she won't be able to read the specially made speech. So now it's up to all the hero characters of the children's stories to
You're
put a
on.
stern stop with the evil characters. The special features numerous of UK celebrities, including actors reprising their roles of playing some of these literacy characters prior before.
Are you Prince Harry? No, Dad calls me Ori anyway. Prince William?
No, just William. Fancy a gooseberry eye? Steady on.
It's quite surreal the amount of characters they were able to get for the special, making it the Roger Rabbit crossover equivalent of the UK. Small clips of the hour-long special could be viewed online, but it wasn't until by 2021 YouTube user The Royal Fox re-uploaded the special in 13 parts. Letterland was a book series designed to help
Ja,
children
cool.
to learn their ABCs. By the 90s, the books were selling within the million. From there, the franchise was expanded to the medium of animation. 4 direct-to-video stories were released in the late 90s. The first was released in 1997 called The Letterland Story. It wasn't re-released on DVD, but it has been unofficially uploaded on YouTube. The 9th of November the following year saw a Letterland Christmas Story be released. It got reissued on DVD in 2003 but is now out of print. It has been uploaded on Vimeo, but the audio is majorly out of sync, making it virtually unwatchable. Detective Dickie Duck was as well released on VHS in March of 1999 and got reissued on DVD in May of 2000, but the DVD is as well out of print. The special is up on YouTube but only as a cam recording, and then the final special was Once Upon a Time in Letterland, released in July of the same year, and getting a DVD release on May the following year. Unlike the others, the DVD is still circulating online at a reasonable price, and can easily be found on YouTube. But the rarest Letterland program by far was the original television series back in the 80s that debuted on Channel 4. It was sold on VHS but never got reissued on DVD. Only one episode can be found online.
Meet Henry. Ah, hello. Meet James. Tapioca?
For a long while, many episodes of the CITV program Dream Street were lost and not available to watch. Right now, out of the 2 seasons, only Series 1 is missing 3 episodes, and Series 2 is missing 12 episodes. Uniquely, in 2017, there was a bit of revitalization of the show. In the country of Ireland, they had the series rerunning, remastered in high definition, and characters like Jack Hammer and the traffic cones have been re-rendered in CGI. The re-edits were done by Platinum Films. As of right now, the 2017 special edition episodes can't be viewed. Rob Hull was a famous TV personality renowned for his emu puppet, reaching the peak of his TV popularity by the 70s and 80s. But come the 90s, he would fall on hard times, becoming bankrupt and doing appearances on not just talk shows and commercials, but personal birthday parties for the cost of £500. Just to eke out a living, he would die by 1999 after falling off the roof of his derelict rented bungalow, all at the cost of trying to fix a broken TV aerial. The last major show of his life was a cartoon series called Robin Emu, airing on CITV in 1991. The show was inspired by the 80s rendition of the Emu show called Emu's World, with Robin Emu living in a pink windmill. With the villains of Emu's World plotting their scheme, the respected actors came back to reprise their characters. The cartoon only lasted for 1 series and 13 episodes, with a handful of episodes released to VHS. Today, only 3 episodes out of the 10 are available to watch. Broadcasting from 2006 to 2014 was the comedy/talent show The Slammer. The plot was set at a prison cell. The inmates are talent show people who have been arrested for performance-related crimes. Each episode, crowds of kids would come to watch selected performances, and whatever prisoner would garner the most cheers would get to leave the Slammer by the end of the episode. Meanwhile, some subplot would be going on behind the scenes. Episodes of the series began re-emerging online from 2018, and slowly but surely, by early 2021, the whole series had been found.
19. Okay, let's see what's next.
Dick and Dom of the Bungalow was a live TV event on the weekends, airing from 2002 to 2006, fluctuating and broadcasting on the channels BBC and CBBC. The host of the show was Double Act Dick and Dom. They would invite groups of kids into the bungalow, along with an occasional celebrity. In the show, they would watch cartoons, play games, win prizes, and participate into sketches. Viewers could additionally ring in to play along with the madness. The series has been extremely beloved, winning 2 BAFTAs, and coming back in the form of a live stage show, reuniting the original Dick and Dom. The series was especially known for its lowbrow jokes, and how by the end of each episode the
Dick and Dom. I've watched a bit of Dick and Dom. I've watched this series of Dick and Dom.
Quite far with its vulgar humour was in its series 4 finale, where the plot of the episode that Dick was pregnant, and by the end he gave birth to many, many children.
Zizi!
You're gonna miss all this on a Saturday morning, aren't you? Do you know what I mean?
That's disgusting. Oh my lord.
More of this on Saturdays when we've got birth to about 50 children. Oh, brilliant!
around 40 viewers complained to the BBC about the episode and was greatly exploited by news tabloids of the day. Despite its success, the format of the
He
show
looks
was needed.
disgusted. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. He's done it again. He's done it again. And that's a hat trick. He's done it again. It's 3-0. It is 3-0. He's done it again. It's 3-0. It's 3-0. Look at that one. I just knew he was going to be to that. If I'm right, it's 3-0. It's 3-0. Okay. Hell have I been yet? ماشي انا بساحة اكتب الساعة 7 اكتب الساحة اوكي هنا ماشي استيقظ كان حد كده ما حاجة ستوري كفر ستوري في سلسلة يس وهكا سكول اللي صبح مش فاكر انه تقول بابا تاي لا اسمع مساحة الحل اوكي بابا اي اي كان قال لي ساعة ساحة نتبس
has secluded its exposure long after the show has ended. For example, since it featured licensed cartoons to be engraved within the show as quizzes, and a lot of songs and music throughout the show, they may have to be up to renegotiation for the BBC to even reconsider to reshow the programmes. The closest that the BBC has ever done as a rerun for the show is by showing many clips of the episodes as compilations on its one and only DVD release, and later CBBC shows. The only way to experience the series is by unofficial uploads of the episodes online. Most of series 3 to 5 have had their episodes uploaded, but series 1 and 2 have still got a huge portion of episodes that are missing. The 1975 series of Here Comes Mumphrey was the first TV adaptation of the Mumphrey books, airing on ITV for 52 episodes. The book series would later on be remade in the 1990s by Brett Allcroft, named The Magical Adventures of Mumphrey, and while that incarnation of the show is still mostly accessible, as for the 75 version it is pretty much lost. The only home media release the series has ever received was all the way back in 1983, on a VHS tape titled 2 Hours of Fun with the Munch Bunch and Mumphrey, containing 6 episodes of each show, but the VHS is extremely rare today, with only one half of an episode being accessible by the internet. There has been another episode that's been uploaded, but dubbed in Persian. On a 1979 episode of Victor Lewis Smith, they showed a lost episode of Rainbow, dubbed the X-rated Uncut Rainbow. The clip shows the characters from Rainbow making a series of rude innuendo jokes.
Oh, I think Jeffrey's trying to get him up.
I can't get it in, Jeffrey.
Oh, are we going to play with our friends' balls today?
To play with our twangers as well.
Ever since the full clip has resurfaced on the internet, people have been perplexed as to the exact purpose of the video. Some have speculated that it was a banned episode, but at the same time were confused as to how the obvious innuendos got through to filming. Well, the short answer is, it was never intended to be broadcast. An old classic yearly tradition for both the BBC and ITV is that they would make a series of compilation tapes that would have mistakes and bloopers, and original footage of the cast and crew acting more obscene than usual. These tapes would usually be made for the employees every Christmas, the Rainbow one in particular being made for the 1979 season, with an innocent kids show acting out of character. Of course, this one had to be spread around without context.
What's the first thing you do when you wake up in the morning? If you're checking your phone, stop that. Instead, try this technique from the mind science pioneer Jose Silva. You see, when we're awake, our brain is at what is called beta, the waking level. But when we wake up in the morning, our brain is actually at a different altered state of mind called the alpha frequency. At the alpha frequency, you can command your body to heal itself. At the alpha frequency, you can program your subconscious.
Jerry Anderson formatted his own production company during the late 50s called AP Films. It wasn't easy for the company at the very beginning. They were struggling to find work. Thankfully, their break would shortly come. A book author, Roberta Lee, approached the company to adapt her children's story Twizzle into a television series about a toy that comes to life with the ability to stretch their limbs, but insisted that it had to be done through the medium of puppetry. Jerry Anderson didn't want to work on a TV show of puppets, but needing work at the time and an opportunity to break into television, he reluctantly took on the offer. This would kickstart Jerry Anderson's long TV career, making and producing many puppet shows, his most famous of which being Stingray, Captain Scarlet, and Thunderbirds, before working on live-action television like UFO and Space 1999. But Twizzle stands out as the only show Anderson produced where the series is completely lost, barring one episode. Captain Scarlet was one of the most popular shows created by Jerry Anderson, perhaps being a close second to his most popular show, Thunderbirds. The series follows the title character, Scarlet, head agent of the organization Spectrum. In the first episode, he's killed off with his body being replicated by the Martians Mysterons, the main villains of the series. The replicated Captain Scarlet is able to break free from the Mysterons' control. Now back on the side of Spectrum, his newly formed replicated body is indestructible, making him the most valuable agent to go up against the Mysterons. Captain Scarlet would get a remake in 2005, With the original series creator Jerry Anderson being involved, this would be the only one of his classic shows that he got personal involvement of remaking, and the last TV series he ever got to produce, as he would pass away 7 years later. The 2005 revitalization of the new Captain Scarlet was greatly praised by critics and fans of the original show, retaining the charm of the original but appropriately updating it for a 21st century audience. As where the original series was very grim and dark for a 1960s children's television series, the same could be said for the new Captain Scarlet on how mature it felt for a family show. Despite how it was initially broadcast on a Saturday morning children's block, the recent Blu-ray of the series has earned a 12 certificate. Given that a decade before the new Captain Scarlet series, that when the Ninja Turtles were brought over to the UK, they had to replace the word ninja for hero for feeling that it was too violent for children. It certainly seems that the UK can't make up their mind for what's suitable for a younger audience. Despite how much the new Captain Scarlet was able to get away with, there was one scripted episode that Jerry Anderson deemed to be way too dark for a family show, titled The House of Dolls, seeing Scarlet going on holiday with his sister and nephew. After a road accident where their vehicle is severely damaged, and with bad weather on the way, they have to quickly seek out shelter, which thankfully for them, there's a house that's nearby, home to a toy maker named Alexander, who would have been modelled after Jerry Anderson, and rather metaphorically, he had created several puppets in his house, with several of them harkening back to classic Jerry Anderson shows. A cowboy, reminiscent of his black and white series, Four Feather Falls, and a tailless mermaid, harkening back to the strange underwater alien-like creatures in Stingray. However, the Mysterons would soon take control of many of the puppets, first killing Alexander before moving their attention to Scarlet and his family. Meanwhile, Captain Scarlet's sister would gradually come to terms of the altered form of her brother. Initially meant to be the penultimate episode of the series, when it was cancelled, it was replaced by Grey Skulls instead, which fans have deemed it to be one of the best episodes of the series. While it was never made, it was reenacted by the cast in 2006 for an audience at the Fanderson Convention of Hertfordshire, albeit with a little bit of tongue-in-cheek fun. Rob Hull and his emu puppet dominated the British TV landscape during the 70s and 80s. But the precise origins of the act is a little bit hazy to say at the very least. Rob Hull began his TV career in Australia during the 50s and 60s, on TCN Channel 9, merely just helping out as a lighting technician before eventually appearing on camera. When he was working on an original act, he pulled out an emu puppet from the prop store. According to a 2003 documentary, A Bird in the Hand, which covers the career of Rob Hull, blatantly state that the character of Emu was a Channel 9 creation, and when Rob Hull returned back to England, he took the emu puppet with him, essentially stealing the character, with the network employing Marty Morton to replace the Rob Hull act with a brand newly made emu puppet. But Rob Hull has always insisted that he was the one that put the original emu puppet in the prop store to begin with, and later refined the act. As of today, there's no way to watch Emu's original Channel 9 appearances in Australia, and Marty Morton's TV appearances as well of the emu don't seem to be available as well. Trap was a BBC game show airing on CBBC. The concept was that 6 unfortunates were trapped in the tower with 6 floors. In each room they had to complete a series of different challenges, but one of them would secretly be selected to sabotage the challenge, named the Saboteur, with a mistress just called The Voice, guiding the Saboteur on how to spoil the challenge. By the end of each round, the contestants must vote off on who they think the Saboteur was. The contestant with the most votes would be trapped on that floor, but if the Saboteur doesn't succeed into ruining the challenge, then it will be them to be trapped, regardless if they wasn't voted off. The series first aired in late September of 2007, just in time for the Halloween season. There were 3 series and then a final series called Trapped Forever After that was meant to act as the finale to the whole show. It concluded airing in 2010 and reruns continue until the mid-2010s. The show was extremely hard to view in the following years after it was ceased airing on the BBC. Fans of the show had campaigned to the network to get the series rebroadcast, but with little success. With the exception of the last series, Trapped Forever After, the rest of the seasons had rather spotty episode counts of availability, with season 1 being the most incomplete. Fortunately, by October of 2018, Trapped TV was able to locate and upload all the episodes. But this would be a short-term victory. Many of the episodes got copyright claimed and blocked worldwide, with Trapped TV having to trim and edit many of the episodes. You can still watch the whole series on the channel, albeit with some moments like the segments with the caretaker being removed out. In 2022, Trapped TV was able to re-upload the whole first series without having to do any edits, along with a sprinkling of some episodes from series 3 and 2 that were taken down not too long after their first upload.
Come here. I want to show you. Look. You know he's in the Gulf of Algeria. Huh? Wait, so, do you know he's in Gulf of Algeria? Zidane's son. Messi scored a hat-trick before, but you missed it. I'm not sleeping until 7. Oh man. Because I have to watch the next game after this, and that's at 5. It's 1 hour and 30 minutes, or technically.
Finish this.
Hmm?
Why didn't finish this?
I wasn't.
It's time for me to finish the
Alright, what about it's the next one?
Jim Will
Jimmy
Fix It was a
Fix.
BBC television series that ran from 1975 to 1994, hosted by DJ and TV personality Jimmy Savile. The series would have children writing to Mr. Savile's, wishing for various things.
Hold off. No, I don't want to. Oh,
Would invite them onto the show inscribed the actor Pete. The other one was with Abe Baker. In the run, there would be various special meeting the Cushing, the actor Peter Cushing wanting to name a type of Jenkins Doctor Who specials. Jim Will Fix It was not using his position as in taking serious legal chance to confront Jimmy Savile's on an opportunity to the BBC archives, as far fewer programs made at this time were being affected by BBC wiping policies. Because of the extreme sensitive nature behind Jim Will Fix It, the BBC still like day.
and so that I had to skip down, so you had to see what you saw. Right, Messi's officially won his first game at the World Cup. He's officially played 6 World Cups and scored a hat-trick in his first game at the set.
Lenny the Lion was a ventriloquist dummy created back in the summer of 1954 after the creator Terry Hall got inspired by visiting the zoo and would bring the act to his Blackpool performance. It would only be 2 years later he would first appear on BBC television on the variety show Dress Rehearsals. From the 50s to the 60s he would get various shows with Lenny the Lion, with the character spawning merchandise and a fan club. The Beatles made one of their first guest appearances on the Lenny show, while the momentum of Lenny's popularity didn't maintain like Sooty or Basil Brush. Terry Hall would still continue to get special guest appearances on TV and stage, up until he had to retire from show business due to developing Alzheimer's. He would pass away in 2007. There's very little material of Lenny the Lion in circulation, while you can still find his post-1960s TV guest appearances. Footage of Lenny preceding the 70s don't seem to exist anymore. There's hardly any information about his TV shows on the internet. As of 2022, the only series that's available of Terry Hall and his lion is a single episode of the 70s series Reading with Lenny. Prior to the debut episode of 1999, the Tweenies had a pilot episode created at some point in the late 90s. It was either made in 1997 or 1998. There's very little information about the pilot of the show. We know from early concept design that there was a dropped character named Sid, who appears that he was going to be part of the kid characters. But if he actually made it as far as the pilot can't be said for sure. At most, the closest thing that's ever directly come from the pilot is a behind-the-scenes clip of the creation of the Tweenie heads. The footage was sourced from a documentary called No Space Like Home, where it interviewed the puppet designer of the series, Sally Pryzik. But even then, that's presuming that these heads were designed for the pilot and not the final show. The documentary doesn't specify this. "1984 was the debut of the most famous rendition of the Little Blue Engine, Thomas, spawning about 24 seasons, and the episode count coming to a grand total of 584. But only just a year prior to the first season of Thomas, producer Britt Allcroft created a pilot. Although tight with a budget, she had to mortgage her own home to raise the funds. The story of the pilot drew its influence from the Thomas book Down the Mind. When the show was eventually picked up by ITV, the episode was remade as the penultimate episode of the season. A reused shot of the pilot did get to make it within the final broadcast episode. Thomas fans with a cunning eye were able to identify this shot of the model, where its build was slightly different from the one that was seen in the rest of the episode. The original pilot still exists in the Mattel archive, but in very poor condition. But there are internal talks to get the episode remastered for a possible release in 2025 to coincide with the Railway Series' 80th anniversary. But we'll have to wait and see what happens. Jungle Run was a children's game show created by ITV for their CITV network. In the original rendition of the show that broadcast between 1999 and 2000, each episode would have a group of 4 kids, where they would have to partake in a series of different challenges, collecting bananas, where at the end it would contribute their time of how long they had within the Temple of the Jungle King. They would do puzzles to go from room to room, where a monkey statue would be. The further they went, the higher in value the statues were, from stone, bronze, silver to gold. When their time was nearly at an end, they would have to grab the highest value monkey statue and would have to get out before the temple closed. Depending on their statue, it would determine the value of their prize. If even one of the team members were unable to make it out, then they would all go home with no prizes. The original presenter of the first 2 series was Dominic Wood. He would do a magic trick at the beginning of every episode. From series 3 to 4, the presenter was Chris Jarvis. And additionally, from series 3 onwards, the whole format of the show completely changed. It was no longer bananas they needed to collect, but instead small little monkey statues, each one worth about 10 seconds of time, with the incredibly rare ruby statue worth an additional 20 seconds. And when they were in the Temple of the Jungle King, they would have to try and bring back all the monkey idols. But if one of them got locked in, it wouldn't stop the rest of the gang getting their prizes, barring the one that was trapped, of course. And finally, from series 5 to 8, the presenter was Michael Underwood, with his era of the show having special guest stars participating in the competition, such as the Olympic athletes, a Christmas special with the 888 Band, a crossover with another CITV show, My Parents Are Aliens, and 2 specials with the stars from ITV's Coronation Street. The prizes would go towards the celebrity's chosen charity.
What were you thinking about?
It was really hard.
We have had explorers who are 10 years old who have done that puzzle in 20 seconds.
Throughout its run, the show had a grand total of 99 episodes. The episodes with Michael Underwood continuously reran on CITV, but the pre-season 5 episodes with Chris Jarvis and especially Dominic Wood was ceased being shown on television. The availability of the early show was down to online uploads. For an extremely long time, there were hardly any uploads of Series 1 and 2. A channel by the name of Nostalgia Kids UK uploaded the whole first series of Jungle Run.
They appear to be sourced from broadcast masters, as some of the episodes have timestamps at the beginning. There's additionally a channel called Jungle Rerun, dedicated to archiving every single episode. Series 2 is only just about missing 4 episodes, with Series 3 to 4 only missing 1 episode each. But by March of 2021, this was all irrelevant, as the whole show was available on the streaming platform BritBox.
Dragonfly eyes would be like me having watermelons.
Watching BBC.
The Chuckle Brothers were a comedy double act, being the equivalent of Laurel and Hardy of the UK. They had a long-running series on the BBC from 1987 to 2009, making it one of the longest-running children's programmes of the channel. Additionally, the Chuckle Brothers were just as equally famous for their pantos, where from the 90s to the 2000s they did a huge barrage of parodying many famous films and shows, like Star Trek, Harry Potter, Indiana Jones and Doctor Who. 4 of their theatre runs did get to make it to DVD, including The Chuckle Brothers in Trouble, Pirates of the River Rover, Spookies Going On, and Indiana Chuckle. However, it seems that the majority of their stage shows were never filmed or documented for future prosperity. There are various bootleg clips of some of the shows that never made it to DVD, but a full bootleg recording of one of the shows are extremely rare to come by. The bootleg circuit will likely be the only way we'll get to see many of these now lost stage shows.
Let's have a look inside. No, but what's in it? There's nothing in it. It's empty. Of course it is. You've let all the magic out. Look, there it goes. Is that the magic? Grab it. Put some in your pocket. Save it for after. That's no good now. That would have made me rule the world. Oh, it's a good job we got it then, eh? Well, what are we going to do now?
In 1953, the BBC were going to adapt the Railway series for the medium of television, with the first episode being based on the sad story of Henry, utilising real railway models to represent the engines, using the 00 gauge Hornby models as a visual way to stay more closer to the book illustrations. Judy Lang was the narrator of the programme, who had prior experience with the radio show Listening with Mother, a pre-recorded score. As with the nature of early television, it was going to be performed live. Although, with the TV's crew inexperienced with railway models, and the stage sets just barely being put together on time, things would go bad for the 10-minute broadcast. The trains were reported to have been moving in a very jerky fashion that would eventually lead to one of the models being derailed due to points on the tracks not being connected properly. Original author and model train enthusiast Audrey referred to this as an elementary mistake. The assistance of a stagehand had to manually put it back on the track while it was being filmed live for everybody to see. The following week, the story became a sensational field day for newspapers, overshadowing major stories of the day like John Christie. Because of how embarrassing it was for the BBC, the following episode was first delayed and then the whole show got cancelled. There are no known copies of the one and only episode of the series, and not even any photographs of the production itself, giving us no visual record of it today, making it truly a one-off experience for those who saw the original live telecasts. The Missing Coach is an incomplete Thomas the Tank Engine episode produced for the second series. The storyline featured the Fat Controller employing a new engine, but to his surprise he's given 2 identical engines named Donald and Douglas. He plans to send one of the engines back, but that engine's fate that it will become scrap metal, which of course neither of them particularly want. So they both work hard to show their determination and loyalty. But Douglas, through a series of mishaps, accidentally misplaced a very special coach. This incident may be the deciding factor as to which engine will be going back. Producer Britt Allcroft cancelled the episode halfway through production, believing that the storyline may be too complicated for kids to follow. Some of the unused footage was repurposed for later episodes. 2022 marks 60 years since Basil Brush first debuted on British television, even to this day appearing on popular UK programmes, with Basil earning his fair number of spin-off shows. But despite Basil Brush's consistent popularity, the first 28 years of the character is pretty hazy in terms of content availability, with Basil Brush's first appearance on an ITV series from 1962 to 1968 being completely lost. In these early appearances, Basil Brush appeared alongside another puppet character called Spike McPike, who doesn't seem to have stuck around for too long. Currently, the early surviving appearance of Basil Brush was an episode of The Basil Brush Show when the character moved to the BBC, which was announced to have been rediscovered by Philip Morris in 2018 at the BFI's 25th Missing Believed Wiped event. The last 5 minutes of the episode features a live performance from the Kinks. There are a huge number of surviving Basil Brush episodes from the 1970s, but in terms of availability, they were only featured as a best-of compilation on a DVD release in the early 2000s. The BFI have been painstakingly digitising all the available episodes of The Basil Brush Show within the last few years, but it's not known if there are currently any plans to get the series released in any format. Pipkins was a puppet show that debuted on the ITV in 1973. A man by the name of Indigo Pipkin was a puppet maker where his creations would come to life. Sadly, later that year, the actor, George Woodbridge, would pass away of a heart attack. George had recorded many of the episodes before his passing, so that year's series continued as normal, with any of the unmade episodes that George wasn't involved with. His absence was explained that Indigo Pipkin was on a fishing holiday, but when it came round to the following year, the writers were in a dilemma where the title character Mr. Pipkin was gone. With the ratings doing well and not wanting to axe the show, they took the bold choice by having the in-universe character deceased as well, and had the season opener with all the characters reacting to Mr. Pipkin's death, predating Sesame Street's handling of Mr. Hooper's death nearly a decade prior. Goes to show that the UK was just as fairly ahead of the game of handling heavy subject matter in children's media.
Will I die?
Yes.
Thousands of magazines,
No,
all
yeah.
in one app. Sound too good to be true? Nope, it's Readly.
Meet Sarah and Henry. They just moved into their first home, which is just the beginning. There are boxes, and boxes inside of boxes. So, they booked a Tasker. When it came to a big kitchen upgrade 2 years later, they knew exactly who to turn to. And now, with something smaller on the way, they can take a moment here and there, even if it's on the floor.
But not for a very, very, very long time yet.
But I don't understand. Why do people have to die? Why can't they just live forever?
The series would come to an end by 1981. Unfortunately, the archive premises that they were being stored in by ATV were in terrible condition, with the episodes quickly deteriorating. Out of 330 episodes that were recorded, only 136 have survived. Nigel Plaskett, who provided the narration and the voice of Huckley Hare for the show, was able to contribute 53 of the surviving episodes that he personally recorded on video cassette, and additionally tracked down 21 more episodes. Sooty is the most iconic children's character in British television, going strong since 1952, just predating Elizabeth II's coronation to the throne. Not a single decade has gone on by without some version of the Sooty Show. In 70 years, there have been 3 presenters of the show. The most recent, Richard Cadell, who's
Oh.
20 years, not 1950, the most episode.
I just,
He
my bad, I
personally
just
recorded
woke
on
up.
video cassette, and
I
additionally
completely
tracked down
forgot.
21 more episodes.
You got City again.
Sooty is the most iconic children's character in British television, going strong since 1952, just predating Elizabeth II's coronation to the throne. Not a single decade has gone on by without some version of the Sooty Show. In 70 years, there have been 3 presenters of the show. The most recent, Richard Cadell, who's taken over since 1998. Preceding him was Matthew Corbett, who had ran the show for 22 years, and the original presenter was Matthew's dad, Harry Corbett, who had created the character back in 1948 to aid him with his magic tricks on stage. Unlike Matthew and Richard, where their episodes have been consistently in rotation, Harry Corbett began the show in a period of television before archiving TV shows became a serious business. But on the other hand, since he produced so many episodes with Sooty, it's difficult to even begin to comprehend as to how many episodes he created, alongside how many of those episodes still survive in any format. Richard did a 3-volume DVD release, presenting many episodes of the Harry Corbett era, which most of them have not been seen in decades.
Roll the film. Not like that.
Along with unaired colour episodes of the 50s that were originally made for the US market, but the producer passed away before the deal could be completed. In an extremely rare collector's edition DVD set, shows very rare footage of what's believed to be now completely lost Harry Corbett episodes, several clips from the 50s, and a special 1960s episode with Sweep and his flying machine. The DVD set that they were a part of was meant to raise funds for a Sooty documentary, Sooty Ungloved, which currently seems to be on its way of becoming missing media itself. Doctor Who was originally devised to teach the family viewership on both history and science. The show follows the mysterious Doctor as he travels through his space-time machine dubbed the TARDIS, which is bigger on the inside. The original TARDIS team featured 2 teachers, Barbara, who specialised in history and would aid her expertise for when the group had ended up back in time in Earth's history, and Ian, being a science teacher, would do the same vice versa for when they ended up in space, landed on an alien planet, or had an extraterrestrial threat that came to Earth. Although due to the immense popularity of the Daleks that were introduced in the second story of the series, Doctor Who would slowly become less reliant on the historical-based stories, and instead the show would embrace sci-fi high concepts, and episodes would become a Monster of the Week scenario. The show would have a restless momentum, albeit with the exception of the main lead. First Doctor actor William Hartnell was growing ill and was struggling to keep up with the show, and was as well not liking the direction that the programme was heading in. The BBC, not wanting the show to end, came up with a canning plan that they would rejuvenate the Doctor, where his face and personality would completely change, giving them the advantage to swap out the William Hartnell Doctor with another actor, with Patrick Troughton homing the reins of being the next actor to play the Doctor. It has now become a staple and tradition for the show, and has allowed it to continue on with new episodes being made to this day, with currently over 14 main actors to play the Doctor. The series is so far the longest running sci-fi show in the world, and one of the very few TV franchises that has maintained an ongoing continuity. Unfortunately, today, it's no longer feasible to watch every single Doctor Who episode. The show was being produced 18 years prior, before the wide market of home media, and reruns as well were not common practice for television as of yet, and were considered to be a dangerous interference of cast and crew's livelihood in the